How's it going, everybody? Got a new light going on here, so I'm a little bright, but I'm not going to mess around with it now. Hopefully, you can hear my audio. Today's topic is, can I get service connected for diabetes? I'm Combat Craig. Hello. Say hi if you're new. If you're new around here, hi, and welcome to the family. If you have a question, type the letter Q, so I know it's a question, and I'll try to get it. Super chats, I can see those easier. I have a chat bot thing going on, so I don't really know what it's going to do. Hit subscribe, become a member, all that kind of stuff. I'm curious to see what pops up on the screen. And then if you're watching the replay, I'm going to put timestamps in the video, so the format's going to be me talking about diabetes, and that's going to last for however it lasts, and then it's going to be a good hour of rambling and Q&A and stuff like that. So hang in there. So let's get into it. So what is diabetes mellitus type 2? Type 2 diabetes. It's a chronic condition that causes a person to experience increased blood glucose levels due to insulin resistance or deficiency. The severity of this condition varies on a case-by-case basis. Obviously, everybody's different. Your VA claim's different. Your disability is different. Same thing. Some people are able to control it with a restricted diet. Others find it difficult to control blood sugar levels, even with regular insulin injections. So it's all over the board, different for everybody. As type 2 diabetes progresses, blood sugar may become harder to control, resulting in complications that can lead to an increased degree of disability. So let's pop over to the screen share portion of it here. Stand by. I got the wrong screen up. Gotta love this live streaming stuff. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. All right, perfect. So just went over that. And this is one of those things, as veterans approach the years of wisdom. I don't know if I'm in my years of wisdom quite yet, but I'm sure I'm getting there. So does diabetes. I'm actually in the MOVE program myself because I'm getting up there again. And I haven't, luckily I haven't had it. But that's a good way to get it, being overweight and stuff like that. So I'm going to try to handle that. So there's no shortage of medical literature on the connection between type 2 diabetes and veterans who are exposed to Agent Orange in Vietnam, Korea, and Thailand. And that's what we're talking about, diabetes as a presumptive condition. This is kind of one of those things with sleep apnea. You have weight gain, like we all have weight gain. So you're not going to get rated for weight gain. You're not going to get rated for diabetes unless you were diagnosed with it in service or you have a presumptive condition. There's ways to do secondaries, and we'll talk about that a little bit, and then we'll talk about the presumptive part of this. So Lots of stats. So, if you're a veteran who's pursuing a compensation claim for type 2 diabetes, or you're already receiving compensation for diabetes, you may find it difficult to understand how the VA rating system works. For diabetes mellitus, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. The purpose of this post is to walk you through the VA's rating schedule, so you know what to expect in terms of compensation. Hopefully, you've gotten to the point where you understand this enough. And if not, we're going to go through the ratings, the diagnostic codes, and stuff like that. So if you're just educating yourself, good place to start. So once the VA has ascertained that a veteran's diabetes condition is service connected, the raters refer to a rating schedule to determine the level at which the veteran will be paid for the condition. So the rating schedule for diabetes is Diagnostic Code 7913, and it breaks down the ratings for diabetes into 5 different levels, and that's what we're going to go over here. I'm going to keep going. I see the chat's going. I'm going to do this for the people on the replay. So I kind of go through this first part of it. So people that just want the diabetes part. So moving on, diagnostic code 7913. Level 1, 10%, managed by a restricted diet. You can expect about 133.17, and I'm not sure if that number is exactly right, but in that neighborhood. Um, if you're a veteran that's has a combined rating over 30%, I won't even get into that. You need to be at, yeah. If you're dealing, oh look, my first Stream Elements chat bot. I'm watching this on my TV right now. So my chat bot just kind of popped in and said, "Hello, I need to change the name from Stream Elements to Combat Craig's chatbot." So the rating criteria means that if a veteran has been diagnosed with diabetes and has been told by his doctor to watch his blood sugar and what he eats, the VA will pay him at the 10% level. If the veteran has only been diagnosed but not given any instructions by his doctor, the VA will assign a 0% non-compensable rating. It's not service connected. It's service connected at 0. And this is just a normal VA BS lameness, right? So, oops, that went too much. So you have a doctor here. He diagnoses you, but he doesn't give you instructions. Like, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not an accredited agent. I'm just a jackass with a cowboy hat. But I can tell you, if I was to give you a diagnosis with the diabetes, I would definitely be giving you instructions. But VA rating criteria is strange. So moving on. This means the VA recognizes that he's been diagnosed and the condition is related to service, but believes that the condition is not severe enough to warrant payment at the 0% level. It's not a bad thing. As soon as the doctor prescribes some kind of action to treat diabetes, such as a restricted diet, then you can apply for an increased rating, and that'll probably get you up to the 10% level. Again, I think this is kind of weird when you're down at these 0% and 10%. I just don't see, yep, you got a diagnosis, but we're not going to make any recommendations. Like, I don't have diabetes. I've had weight problems on and off throughout my life, and it's like, watch it, dude. Keep packing on those Big Macs. You're gonna get diabetes. So they're giving me suggestions on restricted diet, and I don't even have diabetes. Level 2, Diagnostic Code 7913, 20% rating, requiring insulin and restricted diet or oral hypoglycemic agent and restricted diet. And I'm probably going to mispronounce these words because I don't know them very well. So apologize in advance. If a doctor prescribes a diabetic medication, such as one of the ones below, in addition to a restricted diet, the VA will grant an increase to 20. So 0 is you have a diagnosis, 10 is you have a diagnosis and a restricted diet, and then 20 is diagnosis, restricted diet, and some of these medications. So here's some examples. I'm not even going to try it. Metformin. Decrease. I'm not even gonna. I'll let you read it. That's why I'm doing a screen share. I don't like to sit here and mispronounce everything. So here's some of the medications, some of the generics, the class names. I'll scroll slowly through this. If you're on any of this stuff and you are under 20%, you're service connected for diabetes, and you're at 0 or 10, and you're taking any of this stuff, and the VA is prescribing it to you, I suggest you start thinking about an increase. So hopefully I did that slow enough for you. Let's move on to the next level. 40% rating for diabetes, requiring insulin and restricted diet and regulation of activities. So it just keeps stepping up. Now we're talking about activity stuff. So notice the VA rating code includes ands, but no ors. And verbiage is everything with VA claims. You got to watch, caused by, aggravated by, you need this and this, or you need this or that. It's nonsensical because it's so like stupid simple to read this stuff. But if you read it too quickly and you're not catching the ands and the ors, they make a huge difference. So the veteran must be on insulin and on a restricted diet and unable to pursue certain types of activities. At this point, the diabetes condition has increased significantly in severity. Gone are the hypoglycemic medications and now on to stronger therapies. By now, the veteran is unable to manage his blood sugar by means of medications and has to now supplement with insulin. If you're already using insulin, you're probably aware of how many different types of insulin there are. There's tons of them. Fundamentally, all insulin types have the same function to control blood sugar levels. However, different types are designed to provide blood sugar control for varying lengths of time. So that's about enough about that part of it. And this is if you have diabetes or you're just entering this, you're probably familiar with the treatment of it. I'm just kind of trying to put the treatment with the rating. So diagnosis, and a suggestion. Restricted diet is a suggestion, and then the next level above that is the meds that I scrolled through, and then now the meds aren't working, and you're on insulin, so you're at 40. So I think I've heard of Lispro, Aspart, glucosamine. Again, look through this. I don't know how to spell any of these words or pronounce any of these words, and that's fine, but you guys probably do. Let's talk about this regulating activities. In addition to insulin therapy, the VA rating code also requires that the veteran's activities be regulated by a doctor, right? So it's vague, like a lot of this VA stuff. The VA Disability Benefits Questionnaire for Type 2 diabetes defines the regulation of activities as avoidance of strenuous occupational and recreational activities with the intention of avoiding hypoglycemic episodes. While this definition provides some clarity, not really, it also makes an interesting point that the VA also considers the regulation of occupational activities because it comes down to social and occupational impairment. For example, Bob Smith is a framer. In the past, he's always been very active on the job. However, now that he has diabetes condition, it has progressed as doctors put restrictions on his job activities, including refraining from climbing ladders and carrying more than 20 pounds. That would qualify as a restriction of activities. And now we're starting to get more into this social and occupational impairment theme with the VA, and that's when the ratings go up. And if the rating itself is just ridiculous and it doesn't work, you file secondaries to make up for it. And if you're not familiar with secondary service connections, get familiar with them. That's it's all about the secondaries. So a 60% rating requiring insulin and restricted diet and regulation of activities with episodes of ketoacidosis and hypoglycemic reactions requiring 1 or 2 hospitalizations per year or twice a month visits to a diabetic care provider, plus complications that would not be compensable if separately evaluated. Look at the ands and the or and the plus. This is the 60% level. Notice how much the rate of compensation jumped, $471. You'll also know that when the VA rates diabetes, they skip 50 altogether. They go from 40 to 60. This means that there's a standard. Looks like my subscribe widget's working. There's a standard for a 60% rating for diabetes is high, and that a veteran would have to be in pretty bad shape medically to earn this rating. And if you think about it, I have a 60% rating for chronic fatigue syndrome, so I do have a 60, which is pretty bad, but like severe sleep apnea requiring the use of a CPAP, 50%. Migraines, severe prostrating events that happen more than once a week, 50%. So 60, elevated, right? I mean, a lot of us that have PTSD and mental health issues that are properly and fairly rated are at 70. So 60's up there. I'm not, well, I don't want to go into this too much. I'm going to put the link to this. This is on Hill and Ponton's website, I believe. And you can look through this. And if you have questions about service connection, they're probably going to be around establishing service connection and then increasing your rating. Is my guess of what the questions are going to most likely be. But ask whatever questions you want to ask, for sure. Other complications. This is worth covering here. Not that the others weren't. The third criterion for 60% rating involves the presence of other complications that would not otherwise be compensable by the VA. Example of this might include fatigue, weight problems, or diabetic foot problems. This criterion may also include the presence of complications that cannot be rated separately. So that's where this, oops, can't move that around. Okay. So read this as well. Oh, I'm moving it. I just screwed it up. Okay, that's why we don't touch it. All right. I'm going to stay out of it. Okay. I'm going to put the link. I think this is, it's Hill and Ponton's website. So, and there's also, where's the 100? There's 100 in here as well. Did I skip over that? My friend, his dad's a Vietnam veteran, and he's considering doing this. Sorry, there's 100 in here somewhere. I'm quite sure of it, but let's moving on. So let's take some comments and see what's going on out there. We have, let me do the live chat thing because I know sometimes you like to see behind the scenes a little bit. So let's do that. What is going on? So here's what I'm looking at. I got my notes and stuff, and I scooted my desk up. You can see, I don't even know where Clyde is. I scooted my desk up so I could see the chat on my TV because my eyes are bad. And this other monitor thing that I have going on isn't working. So, this is what I see now. Usually I have this all on one screen, but I'm separating it. So we have 43 people watching. 40 thumbs up. Awesome. Thanks for hitting those thumbs up. All you guys that are helping me moderate and that are helping and supporting the channel, just generally speaking, I appreciate you. Love you guys. Don't forget to subscribe if you like this kind of content, and make sure you click the notification bell so you're notified when I post a new video. I do about 3 of these lives a week right now. Friday night and Sunday night. I'm gonna try to be regular about that. Those seems to be pretty good ones. Yeah, I don't know where Clyde is. Clyde Cam. I gotta get that figured out. So no Clyde Cam tonight, Scotty. All right. I'm gonna scroll up to the top. Let's see what we got. Hey, my peeps. It's not beer 30, it's White Claw 30. Yeah, 523, pretty close. What's up, Terry? Good to see you. Thanks for helping, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, a lot to learn, Scotty. Not sure how you consume the this educational info. For me, it was easier for me to kind of start doing research about my disabilities, and then I liked watching the videos more. Like, kind of just I have ADD and focus problems, and when I was sitting there listening to somebody kind of explain it to me, that worked better, and I realized that that worked so well for me. That's why I started this YouTube channel. Um, and then you watch the video and you listen, and a lot of people don't even watch these videos. They just listen on the way to work, or kind of like a podcast, which is why I'm trying to up my microphone game so it's easier to listen to. But however you consume it, man. Learn, educate yourself. You have to live with your rating, with your disabilities, and you might as well get the compensation you deserve as quickly as possible. So, Christopher, oh, I think all these were going on. Hey, Jeff, good chat today, man. You know what we're doing. Let's see. Okay, going through. Oh, 352 Devil Dog. You run a wound center. You run a diabetes every day. Yep. You're first. Alrighty. Yes, you're watching Combat Craig. Like, share, subscribe. Check out the description for merch. If you like this content and want to support me a little more, you can click the join button. $2.99 a month, and you'll be Combat Craig Private First Class Edition. And I make little videos for the members, and I'm trying to use all of YouTube's things. Um, I'm going to be rolling out more membership stuff. At this point, it's a small amount. I appreciate all the support, or not, whatever you can do. It's cool. Just throwing it out there. And oops. And I'm going to be doing more with the membership stuff. I'm just working on that. I've watched and learned a lot, and figuring out how to give advice, it's tricky. I think I have advice to offer. That's why you guys are watching. But I want to be careful about doing the one-on-one stuff. So I'm going to do this properly and roll into it. And where's my? I just wired up my lights. They didn't turn on. Better get the lights on. There we go. This angle's not too bad. All right, let's see. Who's what man? Me, maybe? I don't know where Tom Marine Bed is. What's up, St. Lou? Oh, the heater's coming on. Got to turn that off. Clyde, where are you? You're not even anywhere in here, Clyde. They're asking for you. Yep. Thanks for the recommendation on the Doctor Jason Fung. Sounds good. Let's see. It is live action. This shit is live action. Absolutely. Welcome to church. Okay, not sure what that means. Okay, what's up? Navy Vet 91. That's when I got out. Navy. Yeah, where are you guys from? I was in, I'll go ahead and type mine in here. I was in the U.S. Air Force, USAF, Security Police, from 88 to 91. When were you in? What was your MOS? What'd you do? Always interests me to see what branches and what you guys did and stuff like that. Okay, scrolling through some more comments here. You're from Boston. I'm doing good. Oh, well, I'm doing good, Lance. How are you? um, so your wife has you eating keto? Yeah. Yeah, and that's yeah, so you're type 2. Yeah. Um yeah, the diabetic stuff is gnarly shit. You're type 2 as well. Yeah, you're 47. Not new here. Hi, Cole. Don't be afraid to ask for vascular studies. Absolutely. Yeah, and I a lot of these conditions I don't have them or I don't know about them because I'm not a doctor or whatever. Hey, what's up, Clayton? Come over here. Um, but yeah, the goal is to take this stuff seriously because it'll kill you. So try whatever you could try. If you have a wife that is supporting you and putting you on a keto diet and vascular studies, get in there and get the treatment. Lots of people on FB getting 100%. I'm on YT. I stay out of FB for the most part. Vicky Bark subscribed to the channel. So, do you know any Navy vets getting plantar fasciitis, service connected? Yeah, I mean, it's every branch of the service. We're on our feet all the time, constantly. I mean, flight lines, you know, what you name it. I was in the Air Force. We didn't even work out. My feet got hammered. You guys that actually are on your feet the whole time. I mean, I was on my feet walking around guarding planes as a cop during Desert Storm and in Panama and stuff like that. So a lot of walking around on flight lines. So yeah, that's exactly how I got my plantar fasciitis. So I don't know if I've heard of more getting it lately, but yeah, if you can prove it's service connected, direct or secondary, file that claim. Doesn't matter about the branch. What are you doing, mister? Let's show you to the folks. I'm gonna pick you up. Okay. Yeah. He doesn't really like this too much. Very cute, huh? So there's Clyde. We're working on new Clyde cam for him. Ugh. God, you're fat. He's probably got doggy diabetes. All right, let's see. What's up, Brian? How's it going, man? I'm reading comments. Sorry if I'm boring you guys to death. Yep, we actually talked about that today. In your particular conversation, I think that's the right. I mean, situation, Jeff. I think that's the right move. Um, because you have plantar fasciitis, current diagnosis, current symptoms, and you are service connected for your lower back and your radiculopathy. So those are logical places to file a secondary plantar fasciitis claim. Too logical to me, but obviously you need a doctor to prove it and make it logical for a VA rater that's rating it. Let's look and see if it qualifies. Hypoglycemic, does that qualify for level 1? I think that comes into the level. I think that's level 2. Check out the blog post, but I'm pretty sure that's a level 2 item. Thanks, Terry. What's going on, John? Yep. Think long and hard about secondaries, educate yourself about them. And then you're going to get to this point where it's like, what? You can do secondary? Like, yeah, you could do them all day long. Like, that's how you get the compensation you deserve. Secondaries are so stupid, stupid effective, that is. When you get it, it's like, how can you do a secondary? Once you get your head wrapped around that, then think long and hard about how you can start using them. There's tons of secondaries. I mean, think about it. So much easier to prove. For me at 52 to go prove something, direct service connection back to when I was 19, that's going to be a challenge. But a secondary condition to something I already have service connected. I just need current symptoms, current diagnosis, and I can, some secondary that shows up tomorrow, I can file a claim for it. Yeah, lower extremities, low blood flow from your hips to your toes was blamed on alcoholism. They like to use, I have episodic alcohol use disorder diagnosis from the VA. They like to blame everything on smoking and alcoholism and stuff like that. I don't know how you make that argument, but I would make it um, like, no, it's not. Thanks for playing VA. No, it's not because of alcoholism. It's because of this. And then you show them a diagnosis and a medical opinion from a doctor. Tom's on it. Hey, Tom, what's up? Yep. Secondaries is the path to 100% PNT. That is the way to go. Absolutely. That's the way I took. That's the way most people I know. I've been engaged with the VA heavily, making this channel, educating myself since February or March of 2019. So, whatever, 18, 19 months or something. And yeah, secondaries are the path. Okay. Terry's doing the promo stuff. Love it. Yep. It's always needed. If you're not service connected for it, you need a diagnosis. I mean, you need a nexus. So if you were diagnosed with plantar fasciitis in service, great. You got a diagnosis. How long ago was that? Like 30 years ago? You need a new diagnosis. A 30-year-old diagnosis ain't going to get it done. It'll help establish direct service connection, but you need to get re-diagnosed. You need a nexus explaining like your current diagnosis of plantar fasciitis is because of the in-service one. I would still go secondary depending on how long you've been out. But you need a nexus and severity of symptoms, absolutely. But you got one of the markers. You got the diagnosis and a couple other things about plantar fasciitis. Go to a podiatrist. They're going to prescribe you insoles. Wear those things. Get them. Do not let them. Oh yeah, we're not doing the insoles. Like they do. Get them. You have to have those if you want to win your claim. For any foot conditions, you need to have those. And go in and get taped, get shots, whatever you got to do. All that stuff is good, solid medical evidence. You need a doctor in Atlanta to do a DBQ and a IMO. So yeah, that's what it's all about. I did a video about online doctors and independent medical opinions and DBQs, and a lot of that is VA Claims Insider speak. I use them, but I evolve. It worked for me. I quickly learned it doesn't work for everybody, and I'm learning this is a big business. This consulting and doctors, and I was talking about this the other day. When you're a VA rater, and like they have blacklists or whatever, right? So you go to your doctor in Atlanta, and he's done whatever 5 Nexus letters a year or in his life. And then you go over to these online doctors and they've done 3,500 every year. Like, wow, this chick's cranked out 15,000 of these things in 3 years. She's busy. Like, that's going to get you flagged. So you need a doctor, go find one. You're going to have to spend some money, talk to them. It's a weird conversation because you have to go in there, like you go see a doctor to get treatment, obviously. But see if, he's veteran friendly or will help you out. I mean, it's going to come down to probably greasing him, but it's possible for him to do a nexus. And to that point, and think about this, if you're not familiar with disability, ERISA, or workers' comp, one of the first things your new doctor, regardless of the deal, is going to ask you is like, is this a workers' comp claim? They will write all sorts of favorable things for disability, social security, disability, workers' comp, because they're getting paid that way, and you don't even see that stuff. So they will write nexus letters. They write workers' comp letters all day long. They got to see the money. So show me the money. Pay them. Okay, let's see. Oh, that's funny. My little my little Combat Craig bot keeps popping in every 5 minutes, so hopefully that's not too annoying. It's nice when your tech works. Okay, question. Okay, nope. Yeah, so that's kind of where I was headed at one point. And I'm probably heading there again. And yeah, like stop eating sugary shit, stop drinking, stop eating McDonald's or whatever it is. Uh, it's not something you want to go down and go, wow, if I only just did that and quit eating fucking candy bars all day long or whatever it was. Usually diabetes is not a reversible thing. There's that pre-diabetic thing, but once you cross over and you're in insulin land. Good question, Ryan, Terry. If you guys want to moderate, hit me up. I'll type my email address in here. I can use help moderating. You guys are on, you guys are down. I know you can't, not everybody can be on these things all the time. But yeah, guys that I trust, I could use the help. Combat Craig at protonmail.com. All right, let's see. Let's see. Now I typed something and I have to scroll back up. Okay. Nope. All right, I missed a bunch of people. I guess I'll just start here. So let's see. Gun guy. Stand up and say, hey, hey, oh. Finding a DBQ doc is another subject. Ask Devil Dog. Yep. Immediate cares will give a urgent care. You could get a diagnosis that way depending on what it is. Things like migraines. There's a lot of things that you can get an actual diagnosis, but like migraines is just a kind of a good example. Um, you have migraines, you didn't know you had them, you just had headaches, or you didn't know you could complain about them, or you didn't know there's anything to do to make them better. And you can go to urgent care and get some meds for migraines and tell them how much it makes you lay down and lose work and stuff. And boom, there's your diagnosis. If your VA doc won't break it off, go use the Mission Act and go to urgent care and go get it that way. And then you introduce it into your medical records. And then it's like, well, he figured out how to get it in here now. I guess we're going to have to actually diagnose him with the VA doc. Mm-hmm. I have that in my right hand. And I have ulnar nerve damage. I've had EMG tests. My ulnar nerve, like this finger, pinky finger here is numb, and then half of this one's numb. It's annoying to type with it, but it doesn't actually hurt. And that's one of those things like, oh, well, if it doesn't cause you pain, then it must not be a problem. And I guess technically that's true. It doesn't cause me pain, but it's annoying having a, dead couple of fingers. Yeah, they do have a good special calculator. Cool. My little bot is doing a good job. Thanking you for subscribing too. Thanks, Robin, and welcome. Okay, let's see. Yeah, Ryan just got PNT, and he also got SMCS. SMCS is what, extra like $400, Ryan? That's when you have one disability at 100%, and then the rest of your other disabilities add up to 60. You can get special monthly compensation S. So he's getting paid 100%. He's permanent total, doesn't have to worry about future exams. So he's got that 3,100, 3,146. And then special monthly compensation is to account for additional stuff. So that's $400, but I mean, you get special monthly compensation T for TBI. There's a lot of them up there. It's thousands of dollars. I know at least one guy that's, he's messed up, but he's at 8-9 grand a month. Yep. So no Clyde Cam, or hopefully the Clyde Cam you got was good. Hill and Ponton has good videos. VA Claims Insider has good videos. Chisholm Kilpatrick, CCK, good videos. Different perspective, right? This is just, I am a visual learner. Maybe because I'm lazy and I'm an MTV generation guy or whatever. It didn't get any better. Now everybody's got an iPad, so everybody's watching videos and stuff like that, which is fine. But watch the lawyers, watch CCK, watch Hill and Ponton, watch the way they talk about stuff because they are basically the guys you're going to be hiring to go smoke the VA and win your claim for you, and the way they're going to argue it. So you can use that same argument. Like pay attention to what they're saying and how they say it. And that's the way you should be crafting your nexus. I mean, not your nexus statements, but your personal statements and assembling your claim. And if you need help, it's never too late to get a lawyer involved. And if your claim's dog shit, it's never too late to just kill that thing and go build a new one. That's kind of the one of the things that's good about VA claims. I mean, I wish they would just teach us how to not file losers for 20 years in a row. But we can, I can file a claim every single day. Well, actually, they would be combined. I would have 364 claims combined, probably, but once a year, till the day till the day I die. Um, oh, this must have been when I was sharing my screen. Yeah, yeah. I have like a little script that I go with, and I'll just show that again, just so you guys. I just I know. Oh shit! Live demo mode's still on. Wow. All right. Well, I had live demo mode on. Okay. So yeah, you can see everything. So you've been seeing what I'm seeing, but you can't see my TV. So live streaming is a different beast. It's live, right? And internet audio. What's going on with my audio? What's my camera doing? What's my stream doing? So kind of funny. And then I keep forgetting I'm going to need to make a little command to turn live demo mode off. So sorry if you've been watching me in live demo mode. You haven't even been able to see the comments that I've been throwing, so I apologize. Okay, let's see. Keep up the great work. Thank you. Thank you. This is a good one for Google, Jeff. I would type that exact phrase into Google and see what comes up. And if it doesn't come up, I would put how to use Service Connect hypertension. And you'll probably get one of the lawyers' blogs, and they're reputable. But I know hypertension is a secondary thing, and if you guys want to talk more about diabetes, depending on how out of control this chat gets, seems to be a mellow crowd. We can look into that. Hypertension is definitely a secondary. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this is good advice, and this is kind of where I'm at. I got my 100% award, my 100% PNT a year ago. I have the option. I think my 70% combat PTSD and my rating, my symptoms is low, so I think I should be at 100, which would put me at that 160, which would qualify me automatically for SMCS. So it's something to think about, but also I made it from 60 to 100, and it's such a life changing amount of money. I just don't want to screw around with it right now. But this is part of that breather process. Every time you file a claim, especially if you're 100% PNT, you go file a claim, you open it up, and they can look at everything. So think about that. And take a breather and be strategic. And once you get to 100, it's not like you could be reckless. If you're going to go file another claim and you deserve more, do it. Just know that you're inviting them into your claim that they're never going to look at again till you die, ever again, period, unless fraud is found, and you're inviting them in so you could go get erectile dysfunction. For me, I don't want erectile dysfunction claim for an extra 110 bucks. It's not worth opening up my claim. But if it is for you, go for it. It's your these are your claims. You got to live with them. So do what you got to do for sure. Mm. I'm sorry. We use a lot of acronyms. Oh, and I see a super chat coming up, but I'm not. It might take a second. I saw the super chat. Let's see if it comes on the screen. SMC stands for Special Monthly Compensation. And let me go down. There it is.
Thanks for the super chat.
Thanks, 0352 Devil Dog. Let's see what you said. And throw you on the screen, brother. Without a doubt, Combat Craig's videos got me to 100% with SMC. Ah, dude, I forgot about that. Oh, that you totally did. That is so funny. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, totally, man. That's funny. I mean, we were talking about this the other night, and you're like, shit, man, I got SMCS. And when you got that extra dump in your bank account, you're like, what's this? And I was thinking it was that, but absolutely, you got 100% and you got SMCS. Now we got to work on the PNT part. All right, scroll back up. Yeah, this is good. This is good talking about. This is another thing. It's a very common question. Like, how long is it going to take? For Terry, it took 33 days from the time he filed until the time he improved. And Terry, I don't remember what you had. I know you're 100% PNT now. I mean, it's literally all over the board. I've seen claims get decided in 2 days, that fast. And I've seen claims drag on for over 10 years. No, I haven't seen that. I'm familiar with it. And I know a lot of guys are well into year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And, I'm old enough to remember when the average claim processing time was 18 months and stuff like that. So it's just literally there's so many factors, and it's so important to get
Thanks
this medical evidence.
Chat.
Get this medical evidence up front so your chances increase of getting the right decision quickly. All right, we got another super chat just came up. Boom. Thanks for the super chat, man. Appreciate you. Okay, let's see. Let me know if my little stream elements bot is irritating you guys. I kind of have it set up to put something in every 10 minutes or so. It doesn't look like it's too annoying, but it might be. I'm not in the chat. Okay, let's see. But I need to copy your stuff, Terry, and have the stream element. I need to have my little bot do it. Yeah, yep. You got the first official Combat Craig t-shirt. And I was like, I don't like it like that. So, yeah, we put it on a t-shirt. I like t-shirts that are soft. And I think it was on a regular t-shirt because it was cheaper. And yeah, you got that one and you ordered a sample. And that was it. That was a one-off. So you got the first swag. That's funny. I haven't had my knee replaced. But I bet you people in this community have. I'm sure I'm probably going to scroll down to see that. Okay. You got a hearing test for tinnitus. You're going to an audiologist on Monday. Not really much to talk about. Your tinnitus started on active duty at this point in time, right? If you're working on the flight line or whatever it was, it doesn't need to be exact. It's just it happened in 91. And there's not a whole lot more to it than that. They're going to give you a bunch of tests, and they're going to find out that you don't have hearing loss or you do, and they won't be able to test if you have tinnitus. And then it's up to the rater. So there's not a whole lot of prep, just current symptoms of tinnitus. And I believe my tinnitus started a long time ago. Yeah, and Terry got the you probably got the second or third Combat Craig t-shirt. That's funny. 92 to 96. Nuke machinist. Electrician mate. This is a good way, you guys. If you want to exchange email addresses, I don't know how YouTube is. They're trippy about links and stuff like that. JBone28 Proton Mail. I know that's an email address. jbone28 Gmail would probably work. Leave the at sign out of it and put spaces in there and stuff. Good call. I encourage you guys to talk to each other, and I know YouTube doesn't make it very friendly because a lot of you get trolls and all sorts of weird stuff going on. So I get it. They want to be neutral, so they make it kind of hard. But yes, please talk to each other, help each other. Um, I'm trying to do it by providing this forum and showing up on TV. I'm definitely not the one-on-one hands-on kind of a person, and you guys have a lot of info to share with each other. Right on, Tom. Take it easy, bro. U.S. Air Force Fire Protection Specialist. I was a law enforcement specialist. So funny, specialist. Okay, tons of secondaries can be attached to bad feet. Literally tons. I would argue tons of secondaries can be file attached to anything. And as an example, I've seen two people um, start off with a 10% little shitty low ball rating for tinnitus and get 100% PNT. Um, just kind of off the top of my head, I think one person got knocked it out with 100% mental health rating for somatic symptom disorder. And then I think another guy got a depression and anxiety and migraines. And I can't remember what the other one was, but I know of at least two people that I've like personally encountered, not talked to them, but I'm familiar with it enough. So secondaries are money. Okay, scrolling through. Um, now Clay's. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's all blurred out. Okay, let's see. Good, perfect. Email each other. All right, so 10% for diabetes. Now on insulin, should I add to my soon to file SSD claim? Do you mean somatic symptom disorder claim? And let me just say, you do have a mental health claim going. So, yes, you should increase your diabetes, but I wouldn't confuse it. If you have a mental health claim in right now, I don't know how old it is. I mean, if you just filed it yesterday and you have the medical evidence, which you do because you have insulin, I think that alone would be enough medical evidence. But I don't like that. I like a doctor to call it out and say, hey, he should be at 10. Like, you know, you're taking insulin. It's obvious, right? It's in your records. But it just helps when you have a doctor that says, yep, he's taking insulin because his diabetes got worse. It's just there's something about the VA raters are just weird about severity of the symptoms. They'll break it off for us every now and then. In this particular case, I think you'll be okay. But if there's any way to get a doctor to just say the same exact thing, that would be better. But I would wait if that's a SSD, somatic symptom disorder claim. Yep. Never was good at smoking weed. I get too high. I'm a drinker, not a stoner. Not saying that I haven't smoked my share of weed. I just don't function well on it. And then I don't talk to the VA about it. I don't talk about I've talked about a lot of my illegal drug use on this channel before. But until the VA actually, like, until the federal government makes it legal, I just don't want to talk to them about illegal drug use. I'll talk to them about my drinking stuff. And I don't tell them my vape, not that they care. I just don't want anything they can use against me. And somebody was saying that you're like diabetes in your feet or something like that or whatever it was. They're blaming it on alcoholism. They just do shit like that. So alcoholism, you can get around that, but they'll get really hung up on cigarette smoking, tobacco use, and illegal drugs. Illegal marijuana is illegal. It's a joke, but it's a joke that hopefully that gets federalized at some point before we all die. Yeah, take it slow, man. Sleep apnea is secondary to mental health. Not sure what your first step is. That is not an easy claim. Just sleep apnea secondary to mental health. It's not easy because it's all about the verbiage and the way you frame it. The most recent thing I learned is the difference between caused by and aggravated by. Caused by is a doctor saying that your sleep apnea was caused by your mental health. Aggravated by your mental health is a better way to word that. But there's all sorts of these little nuances, and sleep apnea claims. It's like approved, denied, approved, denied. It's all over the board. So not sure where you're at on that sleep apnea claim, but make sure you get a doctor that knows what the hell they're doing on that. And that still doesn't. There's no guarantees, obviously. Okay, let's see. Yep. I don't answer this very often, and but I try to do it once every couple of weeks. Uh, Lots of emojis. We love emojis around here. If you guys think emojis are childish, I use emojis so much because we're talking about very serious stuff. I throw them all over the comments. And I do that because it softens up the text. I mean, think about it. I could have a conversation with you, but remember when texting started and cell phones start? I mean, when did cell phones start in the 90s or whatever? The bricks, maybe that was the 80s. But once texting became a thing, it's like, wow, that guy sounds like a dick. So you can say dicky things, but put some thumbs up or some smileys. It kind of takes the bite out of these texts and emails. So that's why I do it. In case you were interested in knowing. 38.25. That's what the new year increase and the wife and child. Yep, nice. Good question, Jason. Is SMC automatic? So you're waiting for PTSD increase rating. If approved, it'll be from 70 to 100, and the rest will add up to 80. So I'm going to say yes. Special monthly compensation isn't something that you like. If you file a claim for erectile disorder and win it, that's the only way to do that. But yes, PNT is an automatic thing. Typically speaking, special monthly
Thanks for
compensation,
the super chat.
typically speaking, is an automatic thing. You can request those, but if you do everything right, you just get it. Let me pop down and check out this super chat here. Thanks, Tampa. I think you're new. Hello. Oh, did I miss another one? Nope. Uh, Sorry, I think I missed your super chat. Sorry. Okay, let's see where are we at. Going through. Um, Restless limb syndrome or restless leg syndrome? I'm not familiar with limb, but I'm familiar with legs because I have it as of whatever 3 or 4 years ago when I was sleeping in the same bed with my ex-wife. She hated it because I was like, she's like, dude, she would film it. Like your legs are gnarly. But anyway, that is a restless leg syndrome. I think it's readable, but I'm not sure. But it's more of a symptom of sleep apnea, a symptom of insomnia. I'm probably wrong. It might be rateable. I'm not
Thanks for
sure.
the super chat.
Look into it. Um, Good. And like that is the level of commitment. Educating yourself. I sat here and watched Brian from VA Claims Insider before I decided to pull the trigger with him. I mean, it was just like it just constantly get the compensation you deserve. You know, like all of his little Brianisms. I would listen to it, and I would go to sleep with them on. and it was like subliminally packing info into my brain. I wake up at 2 a.m. and like Brian's there, and like it was just always on. I had the TV on, and I was listening and watching, more listening. But yep, I mean, if you really want to do this stuff, you need to put 1,000 hours in. $3,100 a month, tax free till you drop dead. It's worth it. I've spent hundreds of hours doing just stupid stuff, jerking off and stuff like that. Doing something serious that's going to affect the rest of your life is a no brainer. Let me hop down here to, let's see. Yes, that will be 4 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. I love it. Trying to get me on a schedule. Fridays and Sundays and some other days, but Fridays and Sundays. I guess I should just stick to that because Fridays seem to work and Sundays definitely seem to work. Okay, going up. Let's see what we got. Where are we at? Yep, J-Bone's avatar is badass. I agree. Skipped a few into this thing. And I'm like, hearing loss is a fucking loser. And you're like, what? I have hearing loss. What are you talking about? I have hearing aids. You're going to pin your hopes on hearing loss, but I'm telling you, it's a loser. 0352 Devil Dog. He'll tell you all about how big of a loser it is. How long have you been wearing hearing aids, man? You're like in your 40s, late 40s, but whatever, right? So it's like they will just pop hearing aids in your ear. The hearing aids are great. I hear VA care for hearing aids is actually overall good. But yeah, here you go. You hear fine now. Plug these in. I don't care if you're 21 and you can't hear shit anymore. Put these in for the rest of your life, and you'll hear fine. Here's your 0%. So there's just some of these ones that are just losers. They're losers because when I say that, they're losers because they're hard to connect secondaries to in some cases, but more they're losers because they're just non compensable. This happens a lot too, Javier. Primary service connected got denied. VA never sent me a letter or phone call. So that's not acceptable. Like I would make them show you. Uh, get your C file and make sure that they didn't do a letter or phone call. If they actually never sent you a phone call, or never called you and sent you a letter, the letter's more important than the phone call. If that is actually true, that's a Q claim. But you might have had the wrong address or the wrong phone number or both. But keep pursuing it. It's happened to me. So they called me. They called my mom when I was 21, and then they sent a letter to my mom's address because I was like my whatever address of record, and who the hell knows where I was off. But just double check, get your claims file, or find out. But if they actually did not do that, you got something there. 6 claims in currently. Had your PTSD, CNP a little longer than a month ago. Hearing test on Monday. And you're moving through the process. Obviously, it's slow right now. In-person stuff is delayed. I've done some, pandemic CNP exams and stuff like that. It's just taking longer. Whatever. It shouldn't be taking longer, but it is. And I think the VA is just going back to being slow, to be honest with you. This is a good excuse for them to hide in what they're doing. You know what? I'm going to look this up because this is a good question. I've asked this before. So, how many special monthly compensation Ks can you qualify for? Stand by. I need to look this up because I need to know this. How many special monthly compensation Ks? Now I want to see how much is it? How many? Not jumping out at me. It's loss of use. if I can find it. I'm pretty sure it's like 2 or 3, but I don't wanna talk. If anybody knows how many SMCKs you could have, drop it in. But I think it's like there's a couple of them. I think it's 2 or 3, but I'm looking, and of course, Google doesn't work very well. Googling things doesn't work well live. And I'm not really finding it, but I think it's a couple of them. Let's see. I'm on CCK right now. Loss of use. Yeah, I'm not finding it. I think it's a couple. Somebody knows. Please be so kind as to drop it in. Sorry I couldn't give you an actual answer. Tried to go find it though. Obviously, you've tried to Google it and it didn't come up right away for you, or you probably would have already got it. Um, yeah, so I use Proton Mail. Um, Somebody else uses Proton Mail. They are in Switzerland, like literally, physically, or whatever in Switzerland. So they don't track your emails. Like they don't do any of the bullshit that Google and Yahoo and Facebook and YouTube and all that stuff does. You can log in with a VPN. They don't need to know who you are, what your phone number is, any of that kind of stuff. Proton Mail is amazing for being anonymous, and I would set up a Proton Mail account. I've probably used one for guys. It's got to be at least 3 years. I love it. It's not my regular email account, but I love that it's just they're just not snooping around my stuff. Same thing. Instead of Google, I use DuckDuckGo. Just you don't get all the Google filtering. Ironically, I'm sitting here on YouTube saying it though. Mm. Your VA's a Marine, found out your rate was 20%, a strongly worded letter at 160%. So 160% means you're probably or about 80. Yeah, I don't even think you're 90 at 160. You're either 80 or 90, but I think you're 80. To get to 100, you need to be 190 ish. Nice. Yeah. So, and this happens a lot. A lot of us, you don't know about the mental health rating criteria. You don't know that they're, looking for how much this affects you. They're just waiting for you to tell them how much does it affect your social and your work life. And then when you learn how to do it, then you move up to the average mental health rating, which is 70%. Well, average PTSD rating, probably not all mental health. But think about it. Deficiencies in most areas of your social and occupational impairment. Uh, I've I've been like that my entire life, from literally the moment when I got kicked out of the Air Force during Desert Storm till now, 29, 30 years. But you don't look at it like that. And who am I going to go complain to? My mom? Like, I thought you went into the military to get your shit together. Now you're worse? Beat it. Just the way it is. Like, nobody cares, so you just suck it up. Uh, Yep. So you got tinnitus approved. So you got 10% for that. Hearing loss approved at 0. There's no point in, don't even waste your time on hearing loss. You're not going to get any higher than 0 unless you can't hear and your head's been sawed off of your body. You got 0. That's it. I mean, basically, I wouldn't waste my time on increasing a hearing loss rating. Go after something that I actually pay if you're going for payment. If you want to just spin your own wheels, which I know you don't, Walt, I'm totally being a smartass. Something else, dude. Don't even worry about hearing loss. You got 0. And you got your 10 for tinnitus. Move on to something that actually pays. Go after a high value claim, 30% or higher on average. It'll move the needle, give you some momentum, give you a little bit more money in your pocket, depending on where you're at. Your dependents you'll get paid for your dependents. You get free health care as you move up. There's other reasons than just the money, but money's nice too, obviously. Uh, so the weight as an intermediate step sounds like a sleep apnea claim. the weight itself is not the intermediate state. Let me try to phrase this right. So, um, you have the PTSD, right? And you have the sleep apnea. You gained weight because of the medications that you take for PTSD or depression or whatever. So it says right on the meds, like may cause weight gain. So that's the link, but the weight itself isn't the intermediate step. The weight, because of the meds, it's the two of those, if that makes sense. Yeah, so you got erectile dysfunction, and that's, if you are, yeah, on active duty, boy, you are so far ahead of the game. Most of us in here have been dealing with this stuff. We didn't even know what the hell we were doing for 15 or 20 years. So, good example. I mean, if you learn about erectile dysfunction and you get over the whole, okay, my dick doesn't work, or a female arousal disorder, and you just talk about it, it's a lot easier to get compensated for it earlier on in your life. I mean, it, but perfect. Your BDD program got you. You got hooked up right when you got out. Perfect. Scotty, how where are you at? How old are you? Is that like a real avatar of you? Are you in your? You look like you're in your 60s or something like that. Their VA is waiting for you to die, man. So they want you to quit and get frustrated and die. The best veteran is a dead veteran. That is the VA for you, folks. They suck. Don't let them do that. Don't let them frustrate you. Do not quit. I mean, we're all going to die, but go get your money and get your compensation before that happens. Never too late. 80, 90, in the 90s is the oldest veteran that actually went and got it. So 80s happens a lot too. I mean, and then Vietnam veterans, it's a different generation. We're all different generations, right? So I'm the 50s Desert Storm generation. And, I'm way softer than the Vietnam veteran generation and the new generation millennials or whatever the millennial juniors are. But just Vietnam was a different deal. No support for the war, baby killers, all that kind of stuff. And, just that's the way it was. And it's like, wow, now I'm in my 70s and I am breaking down. Like, get those presumptive claims in, get these diabetes claims going. If you have the Agent Orange stuff and you've heard about it, no, if your boots on the ground, go get your presumptives. If you're a Blue Water Navy vet, 12 miles off the coast of the waters of Vietnam and whatever other countries we probably weren't supposed to be in, that just happened last year. Like, go get it. They sprayed cut that. It's uh, it's not a little selective herbicide. It wipes out everything. I actually have a lawn now, so I know something about selective herbicides, and Agent Orange isn't one of them. It's make everything brown. Um, thanks. Let's see. So, did I change zip codes? Yes. Um, yeah. I've moved from Montana to Idaho in the past 5 months. And thanks. Yes, this channel continues to grow, but I'm the same. I'm not happy. I mean, I'm not happy ever. But I want it to grow. It should grow. But I was on here talking. I mean, I haven't been doing the lives. This is relatively new, but I've been making videos and nobody was watching them for months, and it's fine. Just keep going and going and going. Subscribers are nice and t-shirt sales are nice and all that stuff. But once they started reaching one or two people, that was enough. Now it's hundreds. Just the problem is I just can't talk to everybody. I don't answer my emails and put my phone call out there because I literally will get 50 calls a day. And it's like, I already know what I'm going to do. None of that stuff helps me with the YouTube channel. I got to stay focused. But you guys should exchange info and all that kind of stuff. But I'm working on something. Like I said, I'm working on a membership program that's going to be reasonable and get some high level people in here. But I got to do it right. Wow, you got they wouldn't send you your C file. I don't know. I mean, my C file when I got it, it was amazing how many social security numbers were of other guys that I was with. Every promotion that I got, like all the other people, it had all their info, all their social and stuff like that. Not sure what's going on with that, Teresa. I've heard of it. I'm familiar with it, but I'm sure it's like a ticky tacky bullshit excuse, and you got to figure out how to go around them. And I got to take a quick break. Okay, all better. All right, let's see. I'm kind of liking this. I'm looking up at my TV. I can actually read it. Okay, so Jason, anybody have experience with eczema ratings? So that would be skin conditions. Pretty sure I was lowballed. Um, yeah, so this is another one. I say this because most of the time the skin conditions, scars, they're just a loser claim. Tom Marine Vet, I believe, has a 30. It's they can get higher, but typically, my scar here, like that's nothing. Um, uh, Understand more. And I know what eczema is, and I'm pretty sure it falls under skin conditions. But just generally speaking, I think skin conditions kind of suck. But what you can do, and if you should be rated, I mean, get it. You're going to need a doctor. I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, Jason. Um, but having these skin conditions, they've caused you mental health things. I don't know if you have a mental health rating. I would probably, if you've been lowballed and you have a lowball 10 percenter or zero, I would probably go with a mental health claim at 70 versus trying to increase the skin conditions, but educate yourself and do both. But I'm always going to recommend path of least resistance. It's get in, get out, get your 100% PNT and done. How do you word SSD on a claim? You mean somatic symptom disorder? Um, it's chronic pain syndrome, and it's in your head kind of thing. And it has something to do with it used to be called chronic pain syndrome and the DSM-4 diagnostics. I don't know what it stands for. The mental health thing. So it changed from DSM-4 to DSM-5, I believe. That's why it's called somatic symptom disorder. The verbiage is more about the doctor diagnosing you and giving you the nexus, unless you're talking about Social Security disability. I'm not sure which one. Okay, let's see. Yeah, and Ryan like literally got this a week ago. And yes, SMC is automatic. Not saying the VA isn't full of retards that make mistakes and like, hey, I should have SMC. That happens too. But I would be shooting for filing your claim, going after your 100%, and knowing what the SMCs that you might qualify for, and just going in there and grabbing it all at once and get out of there. And then you don't have to sit in a situation like I'm in, where I'm at 100% PNT and I'm still underrated. I do qualify for a couple special monthly compensations, but I don't want to open up my claim. Okay. Yeah. Review the link that I haven't put up yet. And review. I don't know if you have a rating for diabetes yet, but you need to find out where you think you should be, and that's where you should be talking about. If you should be rated at the 60% level, that's what you should be talking about. I have insulin, I do this. I don't remember, I just read it. But you need to be talking about um, uh, the 60% symptoms, because that's what you have and where you should be. And when you know what those are and you hear the CNP examiner lowballing you saying, "Oh yeah, you don't have any problems, there's no insulin," or anything like that, you don't want to argue with the CNP examiner, but you'll be aware when he's about ready to try to start downplaying, and it's like, no doc, no, it's not 0%. I'm here. uh, Sorry, or you're welcome. Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, have you ever missed social events, work events, social and occupational impairment? You have a BiPAP. Your doctor wanted to get tested. Haven't seen yet. I don't get the context on that one exactly. If you could clarify that, Benjamin, I'm not sure what you're getting at with that question. Um, if you have a BiPAP, I don't know if they're trying to test the BiPAP to see if it works, or I'm not sure exactly what you're going after. And then I don't know if you're trying to, if this is a question about a VA claim or like a general health question. I definitely am not a doctor, so I'm not sitting here trying to give medical advice. I'm just trying to give some medical advice, some legal advice. I'm not a doctor or a lawyer. You have to know some medical stuff and some legal stuff in order to make your claim stick and win it. So that's why I talk about it. I'm not going to sit here and be trying to diagnose you. If you have shit wrong with you, get it fixed or you're going to die. That's Dr. Combat Craig's advice. Yes, like you need to be horribly deaf. I mean, I actually laugh and say your ear needs to be sawed off. Like, yeah. Okay. Oh, so you already have GERD service connected. What's your rating for GERD? Secondaries for GERD. There's shit tons of them, Scotty. And you could do that. So GERD is an acronym. It stands for gastroesophageal reflux disease. It's not called that in the rating criteria. It's called hiatal hernia. That's what GERD falls under. So if you're interested in GERD, that's what it is. But you want to look up hiatal hernia. So if you're thinking about secondaries, you could do secondary service connections for GERD. You may or may not get a hit there. Secondary service connections for gastroesophageal reflux disease, or most likely secondary service connections for hiatal hernia. Google those things around, see what you get. Yeah, Dwayne, that's actually as pathetic as it sounds. 10% is actually high for hearing loss, believe it or not, because it's a loser. Sucks, but it's a loser. And that's it with the like. Here's the rules, right? The VA just has just these goofy rules, and we're not doing anything, right? Very little laws are actually passed. Um, there's precedent setting, like TDIU isn't even a law. There was a precedent setting claim where a board of judges at the Court of Veterans Appeals, I believe, made TDIU a thing. So until we as veterans and fellow human beings fire everybody at the VA, fire everybody in Congress, and get these assholes out of office and change the laws, we're going to end up with these shitty little laws that make no sense. And until then, we have to adapt to and play by their rules. So I guess my point on this tangent is like, I want to let's do it. Let's start a lobbying firm and all that. But until then, the rules are ridiculous. So learn the ridiculous rules and the ridiculous game and learn how to play it. And FOIA request is the best way to request any records. Any records. Like you could go do a FOIA request on the body cam of that cop you saw driving around that pulled you over. FOIA stands for Freedom of Information Act, and it is supposed to be like a government accountability. They redact tons of stuff. But as far as your own claims file goes, that's the best way to get it, I believe. And I hear you, Teresa. I'm not sure what's up with that. I don't have advice. That sounds like a legal thing to me, and I would probably like talk to a lawyer about that or somebody that I don't know what it is. I don't know why you got denied, but this is the escalation thing. Try it on your own. If it doesn't work, you're going to need help from a legal or a medical professional. Okay. Proton Mail is free. Just it's free. It's like like a Yahoo or a Gmail account, but they're not all up in your business and attached and know everything you do and all that kind of stuff. You take hydrocodone for your back. The VA said they want me to do a piss test on the 16th. Yeah, so it's no stranger. The VA is the biggest healthcare system in the world. So they are probably the biggest contributor to the opioid crisis, if you think about it. But they're all anti-opioid stuff. So I was getting my opioids. I was on Norco for a long time. This last year, the VA was doing it, and yeah, they piss tested me a couple times. Hope you don't have any weed in your system where they're going to pull your Norco and then you're going to be really screwed. You may be on a weaning down process anyway. Don't have dirty piss is my advice, I guess. And make sure the Norco's in you or your hydrocodone's in your body. Let's see. Yep, exactly. And it's not just the VA. It's like pain management thing. Yeah, they totally want to make sure you're getting a piss test to find a reason to kick you off because you got weed in your system or something. Or they're doing it to see if you're actually taking them because people sell those things for 10, 15, 20 bucks a piece. It's a problem. I vote Ryan for my vice president, and Terry is the official moderator. Absolutely. Okay. Gotta love the videos. Thanks. Cool. Awesome. Appreciate it. Eventually, I get around to. There's a lot of questions. I know I ramble on about, but I do this. I free flow and I don't think. I just talk. And I just want the information that I know to just ramble out. So eventually, you ask a question, I actually know something about it, or at least I say something that makes you think, or you can go research and educate yourself. So that's why I'm such a rambler, and I'm a rambler on top of it. But that's why I sit here and do this for a while because I know people actually get value, but it's if you're watching the replay, it's kind of boring. Brooklyn Vet, what's going on? What's on? You're what? Probably 5 or 6 weeks as a civilian. You ready to go sign back up and get back in yet? I'm sure that's a no. You're 59. So you're born in what, 61 or 2 or something? Yeah. And to be honest, mental health in the United States, probably the world, but the United States, It's still like people are like, oh, okay, there's mental health. Um, it, but it's people really aren't talking about it like real. Like, oh, okay, I got mental health problems. Like, are you talking about like the times you wanted to commit suicide or attempted it? And are you talking about the really embarrassing parts? Not so much. But yeah, I mean, PTSD, I think, was actually a thing in 1980. And yeah, I mean, if you got out in the 80s and 90s, they didn't give it like, quit, shut up, quit being a pussy, suck it up. Here, drink. So it's changing, but yeah, that's why mental health claims are just money because it's like you have no mental health rating and you've had mental health symptoms your entire life and you never even knew. I didn't know I had a mental health problem. I just thought I didn't think I was a drug addict and an alcoholic either, but that's how I functioned for 15 years before I finally got to a psychologist. Like, dude, you got problems. And then I was open to listening to that. But if you're one of those guys that doesn't think you have problems, you eventually you'll get there. All right, got another super chat popping up. Awesome, man. I appreciate you
Thanks for the
recommending
super chat.
my videos, man. That's there's no this isn't a race to see who's the smartest. I'm not the smartest. I'm just an average person, but I do spend a ridiculous amount of time like every day because I do make videos and I want to know what I'm talking about. When I'm just freestyling, I need to have something to fall back on, like facts or something close. I mean, I say all sorts of wrong stuff, and I don't mean to. And that's why I challenge myself to get better. Every day I need to learn like 5 or 10 new things. But yes, you recommend them. And I know I talk differently than everybody that's in this VA claim business. And it's not like I do it on purpose. I mean, I kind of do, but I just say what comes to mind. And and a lot of you guys can relate to it. And um, it's awesome. Just however we need to communicate, you know. A lot of guys won't say fuck. I mean, fuck that. We say we're in the fucking military, right? So whatever. Now you've heard it. Next, you know, like whatever language we need to speak. But you know, and I don't want to take away from the lawyers. They're limited on what they can say. They're not veterans, but it doesn't matter. They're killers. They know how to go beat the shit out of the VA. So if you go too far into the process, you can go into this veteran friendly environment pretty deep. If you need to bail yourself out, go get a lawyer. They'll finish it up for you. All right, let's see. So Scotty, why is that not clicking? 80% in 2004. Yep, you could go backwards, dude. But how you don't, and I say that because it's a simple concept. Like, don't go in thinking that since you have a rating, it is protected. The only way it's protected is if you're permanent and total. And I personally don't trust that because I don't trust Congress and I don't trust. I'm a paranoid guy, so I think they're going to change it. But the reality is they're not. After 20 years, you're protected. There's protections in place at 5 and 10 years as well. But I say that just you don't get surprised and get a reduction letter. But the truth of the matter is, if you have 80% from back in 2004, right? So what is that? Like 10, 16 years? If you have been going at least once a year and complaining about your service connected disabilities for the last 16 years, you have nothing to worry about. If you have gaps, you need to figure out how much you're putting your ass out there. If you have 5 year gaps, your ass is out there. You're warned. But if you've been going and doing your physicals and complaining, but it's not a normal thing. I guess that's another part of this point. Like, okay, good. I got my PTSD. I've taken the meds. I've done the therapy. Like, none of this shit works. I'm just going to live with it. So you just stop. And I get it because you got to, like, you know, live in your own body and in your own crazy head. But when you stop, you're indicating to the VA that you just got better. And it happens a lot. I've seen a lot of guys get reductions. Sucks, but that's just the way they do it. Again, If we want to change that system, we need to get all these assholes out of office and get some new people in here. But until then, that's the way they look at it, and that's what we got to do. Mm, mm. Retired doc. And if I'm tracking this conversation properly, yes, you do start with a intent to file. And you can do that on va.gov. And that's basically it. There's no, I think there's an intent to file form, but when you do it, it's part of the 526 EZ. And it's basically like, do you want to file a claim? Yes. For service connection? Yes. And then after a couple pages of that, it's like, okay, we've received your intent to file. And that means that your effective date, whatever it is, December 4th right now. But if it takes you longer than that, don't worry about it. You're going to lose a little back pay. It's more important to win and do this right instead of getting your ass kicked by the VA. Do it right. Take your time. If it takes you 6 months to learn something that it takes me a week, whatever. It's not a race. It's about getting it done right. I don't know what it is exactly, but if you're at 70%, the VA will re-examine you. I don't know. I think it's like every 2 or 3 years or something. Um, they don't do that to try to decrease you. I don't think that's true, even though I think they're a bag of dicks and they can suck a bag of dicks. I think that they're doing their due diligence, and I think they're doing. I think a lot of raters that go in and look, they do a medical records review, and if they see that you're actually getting worse, they'll send you to a CNP exam, and a lot of guys end up with increases. But the most common decrease is because you just haven't been going and talking about it. So it is a trap, but I don't. I think it's just the way the system is. I don't think they're purposely out looking to decrease people, but that's the way I think about it. And that's what I mean. It's good to be paranoid about this stuff because nothing sucks more than your $1,400 a month turning into zero, and it happens, as you know. Good question. Unknown. My C file is probably about 2,500 pages. The code rating code sheet is in there. It's different for everybody, but it's in there. It's all in there. Everything about your claims is in your C file, but it's typically organized similar. But think about it. There were C files probably back in the Civil War, so it's changed. My C file has changed than the guy that's getting out tomorrow and files a claim and gets his claims file in a year from now. His is going to look different than mine. It's just, more computerized and stuff. So, it's just different. Mine has a lot of stuff that's scanned in because a lot of my doctor's notes they were written down. Yes, you could file a chronic pain syndrome. That would be somatic symptom disorder, most likely, secondary to chronic migraines. So, migraines, if you do that properly, chronic to me sounds like 50%. And then you file a somatic symptom disorder claim. Um, and you have deficiencies in most areas of your social and work life, and then that's 70. I'm not sure where you're at, RJ, but if you're at zero for migraines and chronic pain, that could be a 50 and a 70, which is probably going to end up being like 80 or something like that. I don't have my VA special retarded math calculator. So you have 30 for skin on cracking, bleeding, scaling. So you actually have a higher skin condition rating than I normally see. Mm-hmm. Secondary, there's no limit. Secondary on top of secondary, like you could have 100 secondaries. You just need one thing service connected, and then boom, you can file 10,000 things. But it's not about doing that. It's about getting 100% PNT. So you want to get one thing service connected, and then you want to file like 5 or 6 high value claims that are going to get you 30 or 50%. So you get in and get out, get you 100%, get a little special monthly compensation if that's where you're at, and then you don't have to mess with them anymore. Your job here is done. Oh, that's what it's called. Yeah. Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. DSM-5 is the fifth edition. That's what we're on. And I think that was updated in like 2012 or 13 or something. Could be wrong. I'm saying that being diabetic and taking insulin wears on your brain, and you may have depression because you have to do that every day until you drop dead. And if you don't do it, you actually will drop dead. So, yes, I am saying that you can file, if you're service connected for diabetes, you can file a mental health claim if it affects you mentally. Pro tip, it affects you mentally. You're not digging deep enough if you don't think it does. Everything affects you mentally. Um, I'm not familiar with that, David. The OSA Inspire system, the new CPAP. It's an implant, huh? I don't know. I just know if it's if OSA Inspire system, if you're calling it a new CPAP and the VA calls it a CPAP, it's still 50. If they come up with some new system and they don't call it a CPAP, they don't update the law. Uh, that's probably not going to be 50. That's kind of my understanding. I have obstructive sleep apnea, mild, and I have a CPAP machine as well, but I definitely don't have that thing. I haven't heard about it, but I'm also not really looking into it. Also, 0352 Devil Dog, you're a bitch. Mm-hmm. I may I may jump on your question because I probably had that or I had the mindset you were in. I definitely jump on I get aggressive on some of the comments, and I'm not trying to attack you personally. It's probably something that I dealt with, and I'm pissed off that it took 27 years to pull my own head out of my ass. So, no questions are stupid. This isn't a see who could be the smartest guy in the room. This is a let's all get rated properly, but you got to give a shit about your own claim. And if you do not put any kind of effort into it, you don't interest me. I spent a lot of time learning this stuff, and I am like below average, smart kind of guy. I know I'm articulate and all that kind of stuff, but I have problems with learning and reading and ADD and all that kind of stuff. So if I could do it, you could do it. You at least need to put the effort in, and now we're on the same page. You're trying to learn it. You're learning it. It's not super hard, but you gotta quit the Xbox, quit the pull night, or whatever. Like get rid of some hobbies and make this your hobby, and you'll pick it up quickly. Yes, there are no stupid questions, but you got to put in the work. And I guess that comes from a mentality I had for a while, and I see it. It's a veteran mentality, and it makes sense, right? It's like, all right, well, I did my time. I filed my claim, like you said right on there. You said I had a disability, but then you also are saying it's not service connected. Like VSO, free VSO, like hook me up, And it's like I don't understand it. Well, you're putting your claim into somebody else. Like give a shit about your own claim and take the bull by the horns and ride this thing across the end zone into the end zone. You got to get aggressive. Let's see. Whoop whoop. I need to get some. Oh, I wonder if I can do some. That's my party sound. Oh, there we go. Walking Friday night. I need to get a actual sound effect machine. Okay, let's see. It's GERD, dude. You're 10% for GERD. It's hiatal hernia GERD. I'm pretty sure if I looked at it, I would see 10% for GERD. So you got that. I don't know if that's even a fair rating. I think it's 0, 10, 30, and 60. So you might need an increase, but regardless, increase might be one way to go, but secondaries are another way. Look it up. I'm sure there's like 50 of them. Anything is possible. And good point. Good question, Jason. So the actual purpose, there's multiple purposes of the CNP exam, but you say you have a disability. If you provide medical evidence from your own private doctor, that is basically you kind of explaining your story with your own doctor. The CNP exam is actually technically their doctor. Like the VA pays them, so you're not paying them, so it is their doctor. But part of their job is to, objectively evaluate you, and the nexus can be generated out of the CNP exam. It's not going to be a letter per se, but the fact that the CNP examiner agreed with what you brought to them and your symptoms, and then how the VA rater interpreted all that, the nexus can be in there. And I think I might be explaining this in a kind of a confusing way, and that's why I say just go get a nexus. It just says at least as likely as not. There's just no doubt. There's no play on words. I showed up with my private doctor. This is at least as likely as not a result of my already service connected disability. Makes it easier for the CNP examiner. But, he's a doctor and like, oh, you paid somebody to do this. So, I mean, that could happen too. But whatever, whether they think you paid for somebody, CNP exam, everybody's getting paid. So that's a bullshit excuse, but you could get it at your CNP exam. It's just too much to chance for me. I don't like it. Oh no, I just that little merch store that I have going on. It's through a company called Teespring, and they have this partnership, and I can show you what it looks like. Let's see. Let me find my screen share thing here. I think they're underneath here. Oh no, I just that little merch store. That's pretty lame and narcissistic. Duty to assist is not alive, and oh, weird. Okay, fair shakes are not alive. So, I gotta fire up Safari. Anyway, Teespring has a deal with Google. I mean, with YouTube, Google, and it's just easy and it's integrated and it's right underneath the videos. So I use whatever they have for sale, and they don't have cowboy hats, but they have masks and like socks and stuff like that. So I'm not. When you're doing merch, I get it. You get good merch. That's why I don't sell the shitty T-shirts. I want the good ones because I don't ship them. That's it's a on demand kind of thing. So it's expensive, and I buy the stuff before I sell it. So it's like, wow, this thing sucks. I'm not going to do it. But yeah, you're limited, and I'm not trying to do a merch store. It's just something to help supplement the channel and pay for stuff. I'm not trying to open up a cowboy hat business. But if that makes sense in the future, I'll go ahead with Stetson. But instead, for now, I'm going to just rock Stetsons. Mm-hmm. What is that, Rusty? What is that? What's that cartoon? The Family Guy or something? Or I can't remember. Is that Beavis and Butthead or something? I can't remember what that guy's from. Back conditions are usually lowballed, but if you have neuritis and sciatica secondary to yeah. So back conditions usually are lowballed as well. And yeah, having neuropathy and sciatica and that kind of stuff that can increase it. But again, that would be a secondary condition to your back, mental health, IBS, GERD, even sleep apnea, like, whatever you know what it is. I have a bad back, causes all sorts of problems. And then I get to go have epidurals. That's the most fun thing in the world. Getting a big ass needle jammed into your back once a year. That is the bottom line. You will get a piss test no matter what doctor you're seeing. It's just the way things are right now. Right. And this is a strategy. And this is why we're talking about this stuff. So we're throwing up an idea and you're just learning, or, you like, all right, I'm teasing out something to see if this works. And you probably are better off going for radiculopathy secondary to your back instead of trying to increase your back because of the nature of the low ballness. New word, low ballness, right? So your back, if you're at 10, I mean, it's a big jump to get to 40. So, like, if you do everything perfect, right, you're going to go from 10 to 20. But if you're at 10 and you just say screw the increase and you focus on the radiculopathy, you could get 20 in each leg. That's 40. So, look at all your options and, figure out the what's most likely and what's the path of least resistance. Yeah, Clyde's he's kind of he's back in the corner. I don't have my Clyde cam on. I couldn't figure it out. I'm working on it. I'm going to get my GoPro on, and I got more cameras coming. I keep improving the live stream. Got the good camera, got the good microphone now. Working on my background. I got other stuff in store. Let's see. Yep, thumbs up. Let's see how many people are watching right now. 68 people, 81 thumbs up. Awesome. Hmm. Yeah, I already got it. I already got the new Clyde cam. Yeah, I've spent a stupid amount of money, but I've done low resolution audio. I've done low resolution video. It's passable because I know like you guys can hear me and see me well enough, and whatever. I'm working on my delivery and stuff, but just kind of it's YouTube environment. I'm not at 4K, but 1920 by 1080 HD is good enough. But you need to have a good camera and a kick-ass lens to make it look good, and a good Shure. This is the new Shure. I think it's the MV7. So yeah, I'm getting the tech because it's just I've been doing this for a year and a half. I need to have good equipment. So yes, I appreciate the glide cam and all that stuff, but I'm getting it because I need to kind of like you guys, right? If you want to take your claim to the next level, if I want to take this YouTube channel to the next level, I need to get good shit. So I got a studio and I'm working on it. Yeah, he's in the background. He's blurred out in the background back there. Well, you caught me live, Matt. Welcome, man. Glad you finally caught me.
Thanks for the super chat.
Notifications might not be turned on, and YouTube's like weird with notifications. And if you think about it, they recommend stuff to you. So if you like watching me or veteran stuff, and then you go start watching stuff about cameras and then drones. YouTube's just constantly trying to put stuff in front of you to keep you watching. So the notifications don't always. It's a problem for all content creators on YouTube. Just no clue how it works. Just keep making videos, keep going live, and that's why I ask for thumbs up when I'm live, because the thumbs up is another marker that will shoot this into your stream or onto your phone or something. Okay, and hello. You have 3 exams coming up. You have all your records. Records are good. I would be prepared for your exams more than records, Joel. And by that I mean, what are you filing your claims for? What rating do you think you should have? And know the symptoms that you should be having in the 60% range, and know what's in the 80 or 100, know what's above it and below it, and where you should be at. So you know what? Like the doctor's going to ask you leading questions, and go get the DBQ, because it's like it's I don't know, cheat sheet, whatever. I mean, it's the answers. Like what you say to the doctor, he's putting them on a DBQ. Yep, doesn't have that. Yep, has that. It's nice to know uh, the answers to the questions before you go do the test. Don't lie. Um, just know what you're doing. And then I guess if you're gonna go lie, fuck the VA. Don't get caught lying. That's stupid. And then it'll be fraud. So you think your most recent exam backfired on them? It doesn't backfire on them until you prove your claim. So the backfire on them doesn't happen until you win at some level, at the level you're at now, or with a lawyer or whatever. Found more evidence with an actual X-ray. X-ray is objective medical evidence. I'm just rambling. I don't know the context. X-ray is objective medical evidence, but it's weak. If it's an orthopedic condition, MRI, now we're talking. X-rays show broken bones. They don't show residuals very well. They'll show some arthritis, but MRI shows way better arthritis, and it shows, the actual damage that's in there, the discs that are deteriorating and bulging and all that kind of stuff. And EMG tests, nerve conduction tests, those are good. Yeah, they didn't think to X-ray you. I get it. You're headed down the right road, Matt, but you need more than an X-ray, a lot more. Hello, Angelo. I guess I need to play my party sound. I need better sounds. Yep, absolutely can be. Alcohol, drugs, divorce, firing from jobs, arrest records, all that stuff is all social and occupational impairment. All of this stuff comes down to how does this affect your work life and your social life? And the thing that's different about the VA is they actually take your social life and your divorces into account versus Social Security, who doesn't care about that. They just care about, can you work, and you either get 0% or 100%. So we are just not trained. It's not normal to talk about like your social life problems, but get used to it because it's going to increase your rating when you understand it. Yep, complain to the VA using a secure messaging system through My Healthy Vet. Hey, my migraine. I had a migraine again for another 4 hours. Hey, I noticed my dick's not working again. Like, just constantly complain. It's the easiest way to get stuff into the record. Community care also works as well. It's all medical evidence. Just some is better than others. Objective medical evidence, like I was just kind of saying, X-rays are better than no X-rays. MRIs are better than X-rays. You need to be able to evaluate the quality of the medical evidence you're bringing to your battle. You're not going to know because you're not a lawyer and you're not a doctor, and you're actually, even they don't know either, because it's all about the argument. How well did you argue your claim, and what were the results? Like, you're not going to know how strong your claim is until you win it. But you want to, pad it and bring more evidence, so you don't have to get into that tie goes to the runner. You just overwhelm them with evidence. It's like any moron can see that I've got an MRI, a CT scan, blah 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 blah. I've got objective medical evidence. Here's some of that. Here's subjective, on and on and on. Um, yes, Joel. This is the Blue Water Navy veterans thing. And this actually was awarded or whatever, made a thing last year. Think about that. When did Vietnam end? In 1975 or 6? 45 years later, Blue Water Navy veteran. Like, think about it. It's Agent Orange. That shit was flying all over the place. And it's taken this long for the guys that were boots on the ground. I'm sure they waited forever. And then there was the brown water guys and the little shitty brown shit rivers. And yeah, the 12 nautical miles off, Those guys are finally getting it, and they're in their 70s. And a lot of guys, we lost a lot of guys before this actually happened. Uh, and yes, if you are pursuing, and that is one of those things about the blue water stuff, if you filed claims and got denied because of the lack of presumptive condition, yeah, you're going to go get it. Now it's presumptive, you're going to get back pay for it. I don't know. I don't have headaches. I never filed a headache claim. I could see them sending you a questionnaire or asking you questions, answer them and tell them, and look at the rating criteria. If you're at 50%, you have severe chronic headaches and you're shooting for 50, that is one severe migraine a week or two. Two's better. Two's probably what you're having. But if you're like, oh, a couple times a month, you just screwed yourself. That means two. That's probably not even a 30% rating. You're probably going to get 10 if you accidentally say that. Be careful what you say. Your words can and will be used against you. Study the criteria, practice it on people, have people drill you. You need to have this stuff like just you don't even think about it. You say the right thing. If you don't say the right thing and you accidentally say the wrong thing, it happens. It happened to me. It just happened to most of us in here, and that's what we're talking about here. Try to get this stuff pounded into your head. So when you get put on the spot, I mean, your PTSD is going to be through the roof. It's only the most important day of your claim, and everything's riding on it. You're going to be nervous and you're going to choke. That's why you need to be able to fall back on saying the right thing. Practice makes perfect, or practice makes better than no practice. I would go to your primary care physician at the VA and tell them you have sleep problems, insomnia. Your wife says you have restless leg syndrome. Um, I think I might have sleep apnea. That's okay to say. That's not okay, really, to say to the VBA, but to the VHA. And then they're going to put you through some tests. They're going to like see how fat your neck is. Okay, you got the restless legs, and your wife says you choke all night long. You start with the primary care. You answer the questions. Look and see what those questions are too, so you can go in there and tell them what they need to hear. And then you get into that sleep study, and yeah, I didn't even know what sleep apnea was till a year ago. It's a big killer, is what it is. You are your strongest advocate, absolutely. And here we are, and we're talking, we're having good conversations. But the bottom line is, what you get paid has no financial impact on me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to get screwed, but it just doesn't affect me. I am worried about my own claim and my own money and my own life. I'll share what I can, but it's you're your strongest advocate, period. You're number one because there's only one, right? Oh, well, I hired a consulting company. How many clients do they have right now? 5,000, 500? How many clients does your VSO have right now? You, it's number one. I don't give a shit about anybody else's claim. I give a shit about my claim. That's it. That's the extent of it. Now, I've won and I'm sharing and all that kind of stuff and trying to head you guys in the right direction, but that's number one. Intent to file is a good one. And you got to get your head wrapped around your own claim so you can win it, because nobody's going to give a shit about it and nobody has to live with the results of it except for you. That's a good way to phrase it. Out 91, heard about the VA in 2015. Yeah, I probably heard about them in about 2005 and kind of finally went in 2008. 0 for 3. Yep. Denied for 4. Finally, they broke off a little tinnitus. Yeah. You're actually ahead of the game is whatever that is. That's just factual. There's guys in your boat that are in their 70s that didn't hear for, you're actually like an average representation. And how do I know that? I actually also got out in 91. I didn't even hear about the VA. I heard about it earlier, but I ended up getting a little tinnitus and foot. And I didn't actually pull my head out of my ass till 2016. I got a little bit for mental health. But yep, time to dig in, man. You'll get it. Now you know. Now you know you're in a game. Doesn't that suck? You've been playing a game and they just been fucking you this whole time. Well, good. Now you know how to play the game. Thanks, VA. Thanks for telling me I'm in a game. You're going to need a doctor on that. I don't have TBI. I've knocked myself out and had concussions. I might. Um, you might, if you believe you have it, then it's how much effort should I put into it? How high paying is it? Are there easier things, if you're going for 100? I mean, if you're going for special monthly compensation T, that's a whole different ball game. Then you ride that TBL all day long because that's a $9,000 a month deal. LHI, QTC, and VES. Oh no, I actually wouldn't agree with that. I've had QTC and VES, and when I'm objectively looking back at my own performance of not even knowing I was a CNP exam once, so that was my fault for not even knowing what I was in a CNP exam. I didn't know what it was for. So I don't think it's prepare for the exam, not the examiner. I don't think any one of them are any better than the other ones. And I don't, I think the VA kind of sucked worse than these contractors. I think they hold them to a little higher standard, even though they lie their ass off all day long. But it's that's how you feel. That's cool. That's your opinion. But for people watching, you don't get a choice. You don't get to go, well, QTC sucks. I'd like to request LHI. You get who you get. So deal with that and prepare for the exam. Hello, Lisa. Let's see. I've been rambling on for 2 hours and 8 minutes. We have a new record. Wow. You got a CNP for mental health in a month? Perfect. Go nail it. Yeah, and we can have opinions about what we thought the experience was, but remember, this is what you think your experience was as you perceived it. Um, it doesn't matter what you think it was. Like, was the guy nice? Who cares? Did he thank you for your service? I'm sure he did. Did he rate you fairly and properly? That's all that matters. So, we get into this kind of thing with these CNP exams like, oh, the guy or girl seemed nice and they said they were going to do nice things for me. Well, if they ended up giving you, the backing up a 10% shitty lowball rating, they didn't do you any favors. All right, quick piss break. Hello again. Okay, let's see. Yeah, do your mental health first. I agree with that before TBI. There's a lot of overlapping symptoms. Pyramiding is something you want to avoid. I would see how far you could push it with mental health. I mean, you could do both, but if I had the choice, I would do the mental health part first. But like, I just don't know much about TBI. I don't know shit about TBIs, and for some reason, I'm just not learning. So I talk about what I know, and I know mental health a lot better than TBI. But that does make sense anyway. Just kind of makes sense. Comeback Craig used to make me cry once a week when I was a newbie. He was an absolute savage. Yep. He always thought I was a bitch. I still think you're a bitch, but I respect you, you little bitch. Yeah. Yeah, I rode your ass hard, but we got it done. Um, eh, that's why I'm not a veteran coach, because I'm gnarly. I have no patience. Trying to work on it, but kind of not really. I'm not trying to be a veteran coach. And just kind of go down a little rabbit hole. It just kind of came up. I was making I made a video about DBQs or doctors or something the other day, and there was a lot of comments about VA Claims Insider, and I did hire them, and they worked for me. But it wasn't really they worked for me. Like, I was going to win no matter who it was. If I was in a shitty 72 Pinto or a Lambo, I was going and I was getting there. So for me, it worked, but I made them work for me. I know Terry's in here or was in here, and there's a couple other guys that have used VA Claims Insider, and you've ended up with 100% permanent and total as well. They're not the only game in town. I do know a veteran coach that was hired a week ago, I think, and I've known a veteran coach that was hired like in January or something like that. So they're a big growing company. I'm not making excuses for them. I'm just saying it. They do charge a lot of money for sure, and they're not accredited. Is my point. Now, I'm not an angel. I don't really give a shit if you're accredited or not. It's just there's like some legal things. And I do believe that it wasn't the greatest idea for me to be handing out my social security number and my address to a non-accredited agency or whatever. So that was kind of my whole point. And it's do your research. Just because I had a good experience doesn't mean you will, but it also doesn't mean that you won't. But this is all about you, and yeah, you're going to pay 10 grand and you're going to do all the work. So keep that in mind too. Whoever you hire, you're going to do all the work. If you're not doing all the work, you should just quit, because you got to do all the work. It's your claim. And you're one of them, Lisa. I don't have Fridays. Every day's Friday for me. Right now, I'm sitting here talking about VA claims, and I'm already thinking about 5 videos for tomorrow. And but it's cool. It keeps me going. It's a productive way for me to spend my life right now. This is cool. I don't need relationships. I don't need people. I need Clyde, and I need to keep doing this. It's a good thing to be obsessed about. At a CMP exam, a 5-year exam, is it possible to get? Yes, yes, yeah. Anything's possible. You want to try to limit those possibilities. You're not in control. It's the VA that's in control. So who knows? There's no guarantees, but you want to control as much as possible and try to limit the possibilities. But yeah, you never know. Yeah, it happens. People get a routine future examination and they get increased and they get decreased. You never know, but you could control that by not getting decreased by going to the doctor and complaining about your problems. And if you get an increase, you can kind of control that too. Because before you wait for them to give you an increase in 5 years, I would get medical evidence and file the damn thing now and get it now, if that's where you're at. 81 people. Let's see where we're at. It says 66 eyeballs and 90 thumbs up. And I'd sit here and do this if there was 5. Because this is a new record. 2 hours and 16 minutes. So I'm going to jabber on and make this a 2 hour and 30-minute one if you guys will have me. What's up, Richard? How's it going? Where are you at in California? SoCal or NoCal? Sorry, NorCal. They're two. I'm from Southern California. Oh, King of the Hill. Sorry, I didn't really watch that too much. Yep. Thank you. I knew it looked familiar. SoCal or NorCal? Tell me the county or the city, whatever. I grew up in Garden Grove, grew up in Irvine. I've spent most of my life in Orange County. Yeah, my mom, got in the Air Force, got out. I didn't live with my mom for very long. But get out of here, you little asshole. You're over 18. So Santa Ana, Fullerton, Anaheim, Yorba Linda, Tustin, Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, Seal Beach. And then I went and bought a house in Long Beach and lived there for a while. So moved from behind the orange curtain and kind of spent time in LA County there. So yeah, I didn't really go outside of that, but yeah, I'm very familiar with the 405, the 5, the 101, you name it. I've gone well over the speed limit on one of my motorcycles on it. I think we veterans are, but yes, Marines are especially crazy. You guys are crazy. What the hell are you doing boot camp for 14 weeks for? You could join the Air Force and do it in 6. Yes, I agree. Lisa is she's a huge resource, and it's so funny because I asked her, or I told her I was going to go live, and she's like, "I'm doing stuff." This is funny. The first comment I saw from you was like, "Wow, you're still on." So, yep, welcome to the party. Okay, let's see. What's up, Joseph? How's it going, man? Joseph, you have a veteran coach. You got a win, and you're going back for round 2, I believe, right? Hope that's working for you. Yeah, and and that's the thing, it's like I think a lot of people are here like the kind of the whole thing is like I just fucked up and didn't know what I was doing. So if you have to bend the rules, break the rules, whatever, um, like get a story, whatever. If you have to invent it out of thin air, then do whatever you got to do. You lost out on compensation because you just didn't know. That's fine. Now you know. Pick a story, stick to it, and own the story and be the story. And when you get in front of a doctor, they will definitely see through your bullshit. I go in front of my VA shrinks, and uh, that guy knows I'm fucking crazy as a lark for sure. Like, why are you sitting around with guns in your house in your basement? Like, what do you mean sitting here? Like, what the fuck am I going to be sitting around in my basement with? Like, they're going to come get me, and I'm going to light their ass up. Who is they? Like, motherfucker, give me your address. I'll make you a believer. Give me your address. I'm going to come rob you and fucking assault your ass tonight. And you're going to be very aware that people will come get you. And, it's kind of a joking thing, but the guy's like, oh, I didn't really look at it like that. I didn't really say it in so many words, but it's like, dude, when you've had bad shit happen to you, you haven't been in combat. Just some of these things don't they just never go away. This is just the way you look at life. So pick your story and stick to it and be believable. And if you're mousy and you don't even believe your own story, they will see through it in 5 seconds. These doctors and CMP examiners, they do it all day long. People try to lie and bullshit and cheat and steal. If that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do. Be believable and don't get caught. Or don't get caught. Telling the truth is definitely better, but I'm 100% aware that exaggeration happens. And if that's the road you're going to go down, be believable. Liars do suck. It does happen. If the lie, so I guess maybe where I'm coming from that is is sticking to your story. So being a malingerer, that's what they call liars, or they're looking for consistencies. And if you haven't got your C file yet, and your story's all over the board, like you're literally changing it, that's what they're using against you. It doesn't matter how much good medical evidence you have. If you've been literally like, oh, it's my left foot, it's my right ear, and you're literally changing your story around and it's on the record in writing, this guy is completely full of shit. Like anybody reading it can see that. So pick a story and stick to it. And just, that's, I guess that's my point about, yeah, liars do suck. Don't like lie and cheat and steal. But whatever, pick a story and get to it. What's up, Robert Wade? Robert Wade needs an avatar. Yeah, and your story, that's another part too. Like when you actually start unwinding and realizing what PTSD has done to your life, because who are you going to complain to? Your story is unbelievable because it's like it is unbelievable that I've waited this long to finally start talking about this shit, and now here I am at 50 years old in a CMP exam, and it's like it's embarrassing, it's disappointing, like all that stuff's going on, but now here you are, you're finally telling your story, so be believable and nail it. Yeah, they will see right through you. Yeah, and it's, yeah, possible malingerer, or actually they'll just put malingering. Yeah, they extend them every year, man. um when I was looking into Gulf War presumptives, before that was I was starting to look at that, and in 2019, and then I was like, oh damn, VA, the Gulf War presumptives are expiring December 31st of 2019. I guess I'm shit out of luck. Well, they extended it and they're going to keep doing it. I don't know why they're going to keep extending it. Like just until we are completely out of the whatever Southwest Asia theater, they're going to keep extending it. Another retarded thing that we need to get, like, hey, Congress, like pick a date and stick to it. But they do. They every year at the end of the year, they extend it for another year. So currently, Gulf War presumptives will expire December 31st, 2021. And somewhere around next summer, they're going to be moved to December 31st, 2022. And it's going to keep going like that until we are out of all those shithole countries. Yeah, va.gov has some good info, good blog. Read it all. Yeah, it does. It does feel good. And we've talked, right? You've shared your story with me a bit, and it does feel good, no matter what. I mean, it's the truth, and it's your story, and it's like I'm really like this. This is So no matter what doctor they throw up to you in front of you, like you're believable. And I'm not saying go attack them and do that. Just be believable. Don't be labeled as a malingerer. You had a CMP for migraines. You had a written sheet of 4 months. So you had a log of 4 months. I don't know what happened. Hopefully you won. That seems like a sufficient amount of evidence. I think migraine buddy. Let me I failed at my last Googling attempt. Let me see if I can pull this thing up. Migraine buddy. Let's see. Screen share. So this is migraine buddy here. So it works on real phones, Apples, and then shitty Androids too. So it's actually a good. It's an app that's so good that it works well on all platforms because they're established. And it's you could get a printout. It's just really good when you're writing it down, which is totally fine. It's a log, but when you have it like this, and you are so committed to your migraine claim that you're like, shit, a migraine's coming on. Start. Okay, I can like the halos are gone, the auras are gone. I can go back into the light. Stop. Like it's just so it's objective medical evidence almost, even though you're doing it. I guess it still kind of is subjective, but so this is Migraine Buddy. You can find it on the App Store. You could get it on Google Play. There's other ones. I think this is a VA Claims Insider kind of thing. I think that's where I got this, but I haven't heard anybody ever tell me Migraine Buddy is a piece of shit. Don't use it. So I think that's why I just keep suggesting it. I like their website. I don't use it. I don't have headaches, but I like that it works on iPhones and Androids. I guess I kind of like their website and their marketing's good, which that is what it is. But I guess I haven't heard anybody say Migraine Buddy sucks. And I guess there's a Migraine Plus, whatever. Get the free version or the paid version. Uh, this is a good way to do it, and I would argue it's better than a log because you get it just the minute and second that it starts to when it stops. You just push a button, and there you go. Here's the report right out of Migraine Buddy. Okay, let's see. Your case is from 2014. Does the judge have the power to authorize back pay for that far back? So it all depends on if you've kept your claim alive. So I'm just going to and fill in if you can, Richard, but I'm just going to make some assumptions. So I'm going to say that you filed a claim in 2014 and you lost it to some degree, or you would be getting paid and you wouldn't be talking about back pay. So I'm going to say that you filed your claim and you lost it, a portion of it or all of it. And now you're sitting here in 2020 going, does a judge have the power to authorize back pay for that? So my first thing is, did you appeal the decision? And then did you appeal the decision in the timelines? Like, okay, you could appeal it. That was the legacy system. I think the rules were a little different, but did you appeal it in a year? I think that was still consistent. And then you get like a statement of case or whatever. And then you got to do something within 60 days. Like, did you hit all those dates? And have you kept your claim alive since 2014? So if you didn't do that, nobody's going to authorize back pay. And I think the exception to that rule is if there's a Q claim, a clear and unmistakable error. But if you could give me more color, maybe I can give you more advice, but that's what comes out of my brain. Yep, 29 after the fact. Yep. 27 for me. Very common. And there's a lot of people that are, I'm speaking to that 50-year-old range. All ages are welcome, but the biggest demographic is actually my age. And yeah, it's just amazing how many people, like Lisa has the exact same story. Never met her before. She figured it out after 29 years. I figured it out after 27. Devil Dog is like 48 or something. So a little younger, similar situation. Oh, so your log didn't work. Well, it's not about what you should get because it's not up to you. It's what you could prove. So, can you prove it? And then it's like, okay, yeah. Okay, well, how are you proving it? Are you proving it with a medical evidence from a doctor? That's the best proof you can get. When you're using your own verbiage and logs, that's great, but you're a layman. You're not a doctor. You're not qualified to talk about your symptoms. You can talk about how they make you feel, but you cannot diagnose yourself. So it's tricky. But I think your medical evidence was lacking. I don't see anything more. So use My Air app for tracking your ResMed gear. Okay. Yeah, there's apps out there. I think the point there was apps. I mean, you can totally alter them and change the dates and be like, yeah, here's 25 years of migraine buddy. Oh, whoops, that app's only been around for 15 years. So you can manipulate them, but just as you submit it, because you're not supposed to be lying and submitting fraudulent claims, because if you get caught, you're fucked. Um, these apps are just they print out a decent readout, and it's pretty decent evidence. What's up, Wilton? You have severe sleep apnea, but denied service connected. Yep, you didn't prove your claim. You probably, if you have severe sleep apnea, I'm going to guess that you have a diagnosis and you've done a sleep study and probably have a CPAP too. Great. What'd you do about a nexus? I'm going to say nothing. Not enough for sure. You did not make the nexus between your obstructive sleep apnea and your PTSD. Get a doctor to do it and educate yourself. And it's not an easy claim. And now you've been denied once. So it's going to be harder. Um, know what you're getting into when you're going, go back at them. And if there's another way to do it, I wouldn't even worry about sleep apnea if you have another path to get there. And I get it. You have severe sleep apnea. Yeah. So I have mild sleep apnea. I'm sure it'll be severe sometime. It's what you can prove, and you prove it with medical evidence. Yeah, but the criteria for sleep apnea for obstructive sleep apnea is you need it to be you need the nexus is the most important part, but these lower hurdles, I know in most disabilities these are high hurdles, but you get the diagnosis and you get the CPAP machine and it's an automatic 50%. Like you can literally get it and throw it in the trash. You need the prescription of the CPAP machine. They don't look at how often you use it for rating purposes. They may look at it for other purposes, but for actually rating it, you need the prescription and that's it. That may change. And use it. I'm not saying don't use it. I'm just saying a doctor told me not to use mine because mine's mild. And he's like, that thing's going to screw your insomnia up. So I would not use it. So a VA doctor actually told me not to use it. Now I have a new doctor in Idaho saying you should be using it. I'm like, you guys are just retarded clowns. No wonder nobody respects you. But I'm argumentative with them. All right. Devil Dog is out. Right on, man. I'll see you on Sunday, bro. Yeah, I don't know much about the differences of. I know there's central, mixed, and obstructive, and I don't really know. Like I got a CPAP. I don't know the difference between an APAP and a CPAP and a BiPAP, and the other thing we were talking about an hour ago. I got what I got, and I just have mild sleep apnea, so I'm aware I'm going to have to start using that thing. But right now, I'm just not really too into it, but I stay up on it. I keep getting checked, and I'm gonna get another sleep study here and see. Yep, I'm about 5 claws deep. Yeah, this is totally a record. That's funny. Where are we at now? 2 hours and 36 minutes. Perfect. I made it past the 2 hour mark, and Patrick Wilson recently subscribed. What's up, man? How's it going? I've been on a good one tonight. 2.5 hours. If you guys want to ask questions to a VA Raider, now's your chance. And I rate TBI claims. Like literally, you couldn't be in the better spot to ask TBI claim questions. And now we're gonna go for 3 hours because I know once you get going, man, you help. So perfect. Glad to see you. Ask questions, people. Yeah, I don't know. Nobody gets notifications. I don't know what's up, but I guess if you sit here and talk long enough and enough thumbs up go up, eventually it'll tell you. What's up, Wes? How's Tennessee doing? How's the weather out there? And speaking of which, piss break real quick. This is a good time to do some unboxing. I want to show you my level of commitment. So, what are you doing, boy? So I didn't understand range of motion stuff. So I got this thing. It's called a goniometer. This is what they're supposed to be using on you. And when you're looking at flexion and extension, they're supposed to be using a goniometer on you. I'm like a hands-on person, so it was kind of cool to just like get this and just kind of understand that this should be used in an orthopedic condition. So this was like $6. And then I have plantar fasciitis, metatarsalgia, and pes planus, flat feet. So I needed to get flat feet, right? That makes sense. But I didn't realize, I thought plantar fasciitis was just heel pain, but this is the plantar fascia tissue. So I actually have it up here, and I was like, why is it plantar fasciitis? Because the plantar fascia tissue is a gigantic band. And then I was like, okay, well, I mean, I get it. I have uh, broken bones, and then a calcaneal bone spur. The model doesn't really help, but like being able to grab something and bend it around and look at the ligaments, like, oh yeah, and this one's called Stumpy and Hoppy. I got this thing like a year ago, and it just I learn better if I'm holding stuff. So this is a new purchase I got. So I want to learn more about the knee. Like I get the ACL, the MCL, but the knee is a complicated thing. So I got this thing so I can bend it and like, okay, cool. So that's that. I haven't learned it yet. Moving on. Um, my unboxing, can't find my knife. We'll see if this thing's any good. My focus is. So I got anatomy flashcards. It's like organized. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Let's see, nervous system. I was like, cool. So another way to learn, right? I got that thing. Like these are like what nurses and I don't know if doctors get this stuff. It's like flashcards. Like, oh, okay. So here's a synapse cutaway view. So, because it's probably not realistic for me to get model body parts, even though I'm probably going to get one because I'm just kind of a dork like that. Um, skeletal system, like skull, lateral view, and it's got, stuff on the back. So it doesn't matter how you learn, flashcards, watching videos, like I go through and like get stuff that helps me learn. So I don't know what it is for you. It's going to cost money for sure. Whatever, doesn't matter how you learn, just learn it. And then the last thing I got was these maps. A knife would be nice. So I actually got like a bunch of diagrams, the skeletal system, so I can look. Because there's too many body parts. I'm not a doctor, It's like, cool, the digestive system. So, and then like, I'm kind of a dork, and like these are actually going to be, I'm going to hang these up. So it is kind of like a studio prop, but when you look at this stuff all the time, it's like, oh, okay, I'm going to start knowing what these body parts are in some live at some point in the future. I'm going to be like, damn, I got that thing on my wall. I actually know what you're talking about. So just, whatever, little rabbit hole for you guys. Whatever it takes to learn, props are good. Being able to bend the foot thing was huge for me. I really didn't understand plantar fasciitis and why my diagnosis was up in the ball of my foot instead of the heel. Once I got that thing, and then, I kind of got it. Okay, so back to some more comments. Yes, that is true. True. And then, I was going to talk about this a little bit earlier. Just for me, it worked. But yeah, they are a business. Absolutely. And I don't really want to talk too much about it. Just because I don't really want to talk too much about it. Stay tuned. I'm not looking to get into a big fight with Brian. I'm looking to like kind of exist. But yeah, he's got problems and he's fucking people right now. Yes, she meant to say a shit. That's a bad word, Lisa. You're going to get a timeout. Yep. How's the VARO and what? Where do you live? I don't really know Tennessee, Nashville, Memphis. And this is a good point. We'll just keep talking about this because this is what you guys are talking about. So at the time, I just didn't really give a shit. I would have paid 30 grand because I was so clueless. And Brian did open up my eyes. But looking back on it, yes, a bit ridiculous, but the whole thing is ridiculous. How I waited so long, how I didn't know how to prove my claim, how I destroyed my life and marriages and jobs. So a lot of ridiculous stuff going on. But yeah, it is definitely it falls in the predatory category for sure. And it just I think also they're not accredited. That's not to say that they don't have morals and stuff, but they're just not accredited. So you shouldn't be sending anybody that's not accredited your social security number. Um, so I'll leave it there until I see the next comment. But I agree. And when I did it, it was 5 times the monthly increase, and yeah, just a little more info. When I did it, I think my psych eval was 295. I think it's now like 495. So the prices keep going up. Not sure what that is. Don't know what to make of it. Don't really care. But yeah, there's some profit or something's going wrong. Something's happening over there. And then yeah, good. I'm glad you're still here, Terry. So this is the other side of the argument, and I want to be fair. And in the past, I just didn't say anything bad. So I'm just being truthful. So I do believe in it. It did work for me, but I also believe they're fucking people, and I think their customer service is going downhill, and I think their veteran coaches, some of them suck. And then Terry gladly paid 15 grand. And I actually remember when he capped it, it was actually higher than that. But at the end of the day, Terry went from 40 to 100 PNT, and I went from 60 to 100 PNT. So from a veteran, standpoint, that was fine. But now I'm actually kind of like in the industry, even though I'm not accredited and stuff. And I'm seeing a lot of people that are pissed off, and I don't like that. I get it. You're dealing with a lot of people with a lot of mental health problems, but they could do better. They need to start doing better for sure. Okay. So he actually hung up on you, huh? So yeah, I mean, it's just proceed with caution with anybody. Um, whoever you hire, whether it's a VSO, a claim, there's good people out there, but you need to remember, you get out what you put into it. That's not like a marketing phrase. Like if you don't give a shit about your claim and you expect somebody else to do it all for you, you're gonna fucking get your ass kicked. Straight up. The duty to assist might save your ass. But you're going to need to invest in it. It's stupid not to. You're an idiot if you don't care about your claim. That won't change. I will say that till I die. But more than that, it may be a good VSO, but he may be busy. But I think a good VSO or a good accredited claims agent, like some of the ones like the Facebook group, let me put that in here too. It's called the Veterans Claims Assistance Group, and I've been a member of it for a long time. Because of my association with VA Claims Insider, I've been pretty quiet in there. But the guy's name is Doug Haynes, and I actually am kind of talking with them a little bit. And I think you guys should join this. There's a lot of good.
Thanks for the super chat.
There's a lot of good info in here. There's a lot of good like lawyers and doctors and stuff like that. But I think a good VSO should tell you, hey, I'm booked. Like I'm too busy. If I take you and 55,000 more people, I'm just going to turn into a shitty VSO. So I don't know how that all works. I don't know how they get paid exactly and stuff. But do not go rolling into your local VA regional office and take a pick from the 5 dudes that are like fucking 140 years old. You're not, you could go anywhere in the country, probably in the world. Do not limit yourself to what's available right in front of you. You can go anywhere in the country. So check out that group. Check out that link that I just posted to the, and I'll show you this stuff. I'm not going to show it a whole lot because I don't want to do too much of a privacy violation. I know they're not going to trip, but I don't know about YouTube. Um, so this is what it looks like. Veterans Claims Assistant Group is the Facebook page. 31,000 members. This I like. To me, it's the best Facebook group, but it is because like I actually know. So that's it. I put the link in there. You guys should all hop into this. It's free. And it's all about accredited agents, accredited lawyers, and all that kind of stuff. And I am shifting from complete cowboy to, you shouldn't be sharing your private info with somebody that's not accredited. All right, let's see what else we got here. I can't remember where I left off. Wow. All right, I'll just start here. Born and raised in Long Beach. Lived in Long Beach. Mental health claims are definitely high value claims. Yep. So at 80%, you're probably getting 1,600. So the difference between 80 and 100, for example, is whatever, 1,831. What is that? Like 1,300 bucks times 6. Can I claim, didn't throw it up there. Can I claim sleep disturbances secondary to migraines? Yes. It's probably going to be insomnia. Do you have a mental health rating already? Would be something to think about. And or have you been diagnosed or do you have sleep apnea already? You're going to want to watch out for pyramiding on that one. But yes, fundamentally, yes. And it makes sense too, right? You have migraines and you can't sleep like you're having a migraine. TMJ claim, huh? You're at 60. It might, Wes. What I would do is find out what your 60 is because the VA, they round up and they round down. So your 60% rating represents um, 56, 57, 58, 59, rounded up to 60, 60 on the money, or 61, 62, 63, or 64, rounded down to 60. So you should find out what kind of 60 you actually are. And 10% could get you up to 70. If you're like 62 or 63, I don't know if it would move the needle if you're a low 60. But I would find out what and calculate it and do the math and figure out where you're at. Yeah, sleep disturbances, symptom of mental. And correct me if I'm wrong, and I think this comment happened like a long time ago, but it is also closely associated with sleep apnea as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just plan on going to the CNP exam. You have nothing to lose. Expecting one, like if you don't go, then you don't go. Great. You went and bought flashcards and a couple fake feet and some posters, and you educated the shit out of yourself, and you didn't go. Perfect. You learned something. Either way, you're going to learn something, They're your disabilities. You should learn about them. Ooh, I've never had that. Nice. Sims test. I think you guys are going to start talking about it. What is a Sims test? Cool. I've never heard of this. Makes sense. 60 plus 10 gets you to 64, rounded down to 60. But that's if you're 60 on the money. If you're lower than that, um, yeah. I mean, yeah, basically. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so psychiatrist gave you a current diagnosis for major depressive disorder and prescriptions. So you got that, and you got prescriptions. So if the prescriptions completely manage your depression, then you don't really have a problem. You're probably at 0 or 10. If they don't help, it's all about the severity of the symptoms and the how it affects your social and work life. Yeah, that was a new one for me too. I hope you guys are Googling Sims test. Perfect. Google it, you lazy bastards. Exactly. I'm going to do a video on the Sims test because I'm fascinated. And the cool part is I'm not bullshitting, and I never had it. And I've heard about these kinds of tests, and I think I have a pretty good idea what it is because you said it was bullshitting. So I'm curious to see what it's like. Okay. Um, yeah, no clue. It's never ending war. Every year they extend it out. Now it's going to be over December 31st of 2021. That's not the end date. It's going to be December 31st, 2022 in about 8 months probably. Until the troops are all out of all those shithole countries. Okay, Clyde, don't be bumping stuff. Structured inventory of malingered symptomatology. Nice. Thank you. That's the title of the next video. Oh, yeah. We're rocking and rolling in here, Jeff. And Clyde hasn't been fed yet. He's kind of, yeah. Thanks, dude. These are the kinds of things. And again, I ramble along, but this is happening in the chat. And I say this a lot. Wow, this chat's really on fire tonight. I guess I have to quit saying this is the best thing that I've ever heard because they're all good, important things, but this is definitely up there. I've never heard of it, but it says malingered right in there, and I know what that means. I didn't know there was a test like it. I assumed there was. I actually thought the doctor could just say you're malingering, and I just didn't look into it. I'm sure there's laws that govern it and stuff like that in the civilian world and in the veteran world. What did you say? You use the free version of Migraine Buddy, and it does cool. Good tip. That's my understanding too. You don't have to pay, but just generally speaking, I don't like free apps. Not like I like throwing money around, but it's like $5 or something like that. You kind of just. I've been laying around on the internet for a long time. You get what you pay for, typically. I agree. Excuse me for a moment. I have to feed Clyde now. Where's my thing? Okay, you ready? Boy, eat your dinner. All right, let's see where we're at here. Clyde's fed. You bought a Bluetooth BP device. Not sure what that is. I'm gonna do a video on Sims. That's awesome, dude. That was that's huge. Makes sense. I mean, they got to have an official way to say you're full of shit and you're lying. Uh, got it. Yeah. I have a bot in here. It says Stream Elements, but I'm gonna just call it Combat Craig's bot, and it's just like kind of, hey, subscribe, and it's supposed to be going like every 12 minutes. That it's weird explaining it. I run it through the software, but this bot runs out of the cloud. So far, it doesn't seem to be too annoying, but you guys tell me. Okay. Yeah. There's one for There's a lot of them. I don't have them off the top of my head. Migraine Buddy just comes to mind. But there's a lot of them that are like Migraine Buddy, and it's just, if you think about it, you're trying to make this self-reporting medical evidence that you're submitting to support your claim as objective as possible, and an app does that, and a log does that. It's still submitted by you and can be manipulated by you, I guess. Um, but it's better than you just kind of winging it, saying, "Oh yeah, I get them twice a week," and that's been going on for 10 years. If you could produce some sort of a log, it's stronger. I don't know how stronger. Maybe you can ask ATX if it's how much stronger, if it is stronger. Keith just became a member. Welcome, Keith. Okay. What's up, Anthony? How's it going, dude? BVA grant for GERD migraines. Will VA be butthurt because BVA overturned their denial, and will VA lowball my rating? Yeah, so no. Ooh, you want my thoughts? You're probably not talking to me, but I'm going to give you my thoughts anyway. So the VA doesn't get butthurt. It seems like they do that, and I definitely felt like that, and I'm sure I've said it. But if you think about it, like, the VA is the biggest healthcare system in the world. There's like, I don't even know how many regional offices there are, how many divisions there are. You know what I mean? Like, I'm in the Salt Lake City one, but there's Pocatello and Idaho Falls, and it there's lots of people, so they don't get butt hurt. So if you went and won at the BVA, or, well, you didn't win, you got remanded back to your VA regional office, and they said, hey, there's a duty to assist failure. Like, this is all monitored, and you can ask ATX Patriot. You guys probably already talked about this, but I mean, it's like, problems happen. These raiders, like, they have quotas. There's bullshit. Can you imagine the bullshit politics these guys have to deal with? But it's like, errors do happen, human error kind of thing. And it's like, hey, at the BVA, they said, hey, there was an error, and they remand it back and say, re-rate this or reevaluate this veteran. And now you have to consider this evidence because it's relevant. So I don't think they get butt hurt. I think they just do what they're told. And now the microscope's on. Like, why are we doing this twice now? Like, can you get it right the second time? That's my thoughts on it. Actually, DuckDuckGo is your friend, but Google is your friend is probably good enough for now. Yeah, so you didn't, and Dwayne as well. Dwayne started working as a raider, and I think he filed. I think he said it was like in his first week, and he screwed his up. So yeah, a lot of VA raiders are having the same struggle. This is my bot, by the way. Yeah, but that's what this channel is about. That's what educating yourself and giving a shit about your claims all about. Educate yourself, and you'll get a good idea. And if it takes you 6 months to get a good idea, it's fun. Just get it. Do whatever you got to do to get your head in the game. And it's not about I'm a fast learner or I'm a smart person. It's about getting it, understanding what you're doing, and then doing it, and understanding what you're about ready to embark on. Yep, Terry's another one. So I'm 27 years, Terry's 28 years, and Lisa's 29 years. So just kind of funny that we all line up, but that's how long our battle was. We all ended up with 100% PNT, and we probably all should have walked out with 100% PNT. At least we should have been at it for the last 15 or 20 years. But we got it. Yep, and Tom's been doing this longer than I have. Okay. I remember talking about this. So then the case was reversed. So, oh, I'm not sure what happened. So maybe you missed a date, but then they gave you the benefit of the doubt and they still shut you down. That sucks. And yeah, that is that go back at them and go back at them with more. And you need more in your head and you need a better understanding. Get your flashcards out, get your posters, get your fake feet, whatever you got to do, get it and learn more. And you got to be smarter and you got to understand what you're doing to a degree. And I get it. You're dealing with doctors and lawyers. Well, guess what? They're human beings too. They have a law degree and a doctor degree. I can figure out some medical shit and some legal shit. I don't need to go to law school or med school, but to actually give advice and all, well, I can do that. Advice is free, but to operate on you, I probably need a doctor's license unless I'm in Costa Rica or something. Or Turkey, they probably don't give a shit. I keep hanging in there, Richard. Absolutely. What's up, John? How's it going, man? Oh, okay. I think my CPAP machine, yeah, my CPAP is AutoPAP. Sorry, I really don't know much about it because I don't use it. Because a VA doctor told me not to use it. Now I have another VA doctor telling me to use it. Kind of funny. Figure it out. Who's a joke and has no clue? Me? I would agree with that. Oh, that's what I was doing, getting the weather. That's where I got my phone. Let's see where we're at here in southeastern Idaho. It is 20 degrees. No snow. Um, Probably asked and answered 1,000 times, but is a personal statement with a yes. It is worth something. But that's why you have to understand the medical evidence, Tom. You have to understand it's called probative value. It's a legal battle. It doesn't feel like it. It feels like you're filing a claim. It's actually all legal. That's why eventually it does turn into a legal value battle if you have to challenge it. So your stressor has, like, if you don't have a stressor, you don't have a PTSD claim. If you don't have a diagnosis, you don't have a PTSD claim. No nexus, no PTSD claim. Then we get into the severity of your symptoms, the buddy statement, the personal statement. So they all have value, but you need to have the important things, or the claim doesn't even exist. Shower time. Um, I think he popped in and bailed. Any of you guys that are moderators, you probably either kicked his ass out or you can if he keeps at it. Yeah, and Clyde, do you need to go outside? You need to go outside? So with this question, people want like help crafting a buddy letter or a personal statement, and it doesn't matter because you're not expected to be Shakespeare, and most people just write down. I think most people might write too much, but you need to just make your point. So if you could articulate yourself, that's better. But they're used to seeing people that write, whatever illegibly. That's why it's kind of encouraged to be typed now, so they can at least read it instead of chicken scratch. But yeah, I don't think you're going to do a negative buddy statement. Whatever is going on and however you choose to describe it on words that's the way to do it. Don't copy somebody else's. That won't help you. It's got to be your words describing your disability. Yeah, are there other people that are going to do it better? Yeah, I'm sure, but it doesn't need to be better. It just needs to be sufficient. Um, if that makes sense. Right on top. Hopefully you found some value. Tanqueray and tonic. I'm White Claws. I quit drinking the hard stuff. I get too fucked up. Not sure about the context there, but I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah, this is a problem that a lot of us run into, especially when we are in isolation. Um, you need aid in attendance. Like, who's going to aid in attendance me? Like, I live on my own and I don't like people around me. And I'm going to die alone and, whatever that might change or whatever. But I don't know how you tackle that one, but you're not alone. I know that there's a lot of guys and gals that are, alone and can't call for an ambulance and can't, I don't know. I just know you're not alone for whatever that's worth. I don't know, but I need to do it, make a video about it. I'll let you know, man. I love you, John. Good, you found the mute button. Awesome. Slap him down again. Yeah, it's funny. Literally, yeah, he's absolutely right. I'm not accredited. I am a jackass. I'm pretty buzzed right now, and I just talk. But I'm talking, which is getting a conversation going. Your conversation in your own head with other people in the chat, and my job here is done. You guys are thinking and talking. So, do I know what I'm talking about? Absolutely not. But it's funny. He's like the first guy I've seen in a live chat that sat here, and now I have somebody that has moderator privileges that can put his ass on ice. So that's perfect. But it's actually not a problem. I don't sit here and moderate the chat. That's the first guy that just wanted to be a jackass. So, and I know you guys love me. You wouldn't be here watching and all that stuff. It's just kind of funny. Like, it's literally not a problem. Like, don't you have a problem in the live chat? Like, he's actually the first one. And I don't know how old this chat is, probably 10 minutes ago. Okay, let's see. Yeah, thanks, Vicky. I appreciate that, and I do understand that I'm doing that, and I just do it in my own special little way. But I'm kind of talking to people that are, kind of like me and think about things like me, and it resonates, or people wouldn't be listening and coming back. And I make mistakes live and in the videos, but I'm I do know that I'm getting better and I'm getting smarter and I'm getting better at making points. And that's all I could ask. It's not like I'm going for a job interview or something, but I have to get better and I have to be more helpful or I'm not teaching. So that's what I challenge myself to do on a daily basis. I have to learn something new and something, whatever it is, whether it's tech, microphones, cameras, body parts, legal stuff. It's good. It's rewarding and yeah, it's a lot, but I'm up for the challenge. All right, Navy Vet 91. Thanks for hanging out for at least an hour, probably. Yeah, so um you can like if you're at 100%, you can ask and request for P&T like as a veteran. You can be like, "Hey, you guys cool? Can I get P&T?" Um but it's just not the way to do it. Let me close this door. Clyde just came in. Good boy. You go boom boom. So you can request P&T yourself. Um, Another way to do it is a doctor can do like a P&T letter. But basically, the VA is, the rater is adjudicating your claim. If you're considered static and you're never going to improve or no future exams are necessary, you just get it. And then also, if you deserve special monthly compensation, you can get it. So you could ask for it. But I would look in my claims file and find out which disabilities are not considered static. And I would start looking at your mental health stuff because and age is a factor for sure. I would figure out why you're not P&T before you ask for it, if that makes sense. There's John. Yeah, I own this channel. VA Claims Insider doesn't own it. If they owned it, they would have muzzled me a long time ago, I'm sure. You're new. You have a question about a possible Q claim. You can ask. Q claims are tough, and I'm probably going to say you don't have one, but ask anyway. Not a big fan of Brian, huh? Are you going to put him on a 400-second timeout? Yeah, no, but I get it. He's and if you've already kicked him all the way out, that's fine. But this is what I'm doing here. There's a lot of people that got screwed over by a lot of people, and just because he's pissed off because he got fucked over, I don't think he should be kicked out of the chat for that. But there's also a limit. Okay, great. You said what you got to say. If you're going to keep just being a dickhead, then you're gone. So give him a chance unless he's already worn out his welcome. But I want to kick people out just because they're upset or whatever. Super sticker. Missed this one. Sorry. Thanks for the $2.99. Oh shit, I'm way in old chats here. Hi Tina, how's it going? Hopefully you asked. I think I'm way behind in the chat. I don't even know where I'm at. Yep, I've taken a few myself. Yeah, where are we at on time? Holy shit, 3:22 actually. Do the live demo mode. So 72 people watching, 144 thumbs up, 3 hours and 22 minutes. Yeah, I smoked the last record. This is awesome. Right, back to business. Okay. Shanika, is that how you pronounce your name? You've been out of the service for 20 years. Should have filed long ago. Nobody will argue with you on that. Was going to hire a rep, but decided to do the research. I filed my first claim in September and was awarded 40%. Perfect. Absolutely. If you need help, that's fine. But it really isn't that hard, but you really have to have your head in the game and like, I'm going to go win and I'm going to go get it because I can do this. And it doesn't matter who you hire to help you. If you're not like convinced that you can do this and make it happen. So I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Yeah, it's rocking and rolling for sure. All right, let's see. Joe's at 90, filed for migraines, got 30, still at 90. Yeah. Once you're at 90, again, just to kind of do a little recap, you're at 80, 86, 87, 88, 89, or 90, or rounded up to 90, or 91, 92, 93, or 94, rounded down to 90. So, I'm just going to say you need to have 92% to get to 95. 95 is rounded up to 100. So if you're at 90 or 91 or lower and you got 30 for migraines, yeah, it's not enough. Uh, it, I know it feels like it's impossible and all that kind of stuff. It's actually like the law and all that kind of stuff, if that makes sense. Let me know if you're still listening. I think you're at 92, 91 or lower, and 30% didn't get you there. You're probably at 93 or 94 now, which sucks even more. Oh, yeah. This is sorry. Yep. First 10% gets the ball rolling. That's a hard one. The last 10%, that's a bitch. Toughest 10% you'll ever deal with. Okay. So, wow, you're at 92. That's weird. My math might be off a little bit, but it seems like if you're at 92, 30 would have got you there. You're at 94 point something, I'm pretty sure then. What's up, Fernando? Are you chilling in Mexico with your special monthly compensation? You're probably still full from Thanksgiving. I think that's the last time we talked. Awesome. Yep. Boom. Yeah, I know. I just turned that little bot on, and yeah, Clyde says that's a good idea. I think I might do that. I got a note. I got to get rid of stream elements out of there. Uh, wow, Hogan's Heroes. I think I was watching Bonanza when Hogan's Heroes was on TV, black and white in the 70s. Well, what disabilities do you have? And what do you have service connected right now would probably be my start, I think, and then work out from there. What's service connected? Can you increase that? And can you file secondaries? And if you're not service connected at all, then look at all your disabilities. And is anything as a direct result of you need to get something directly connected to active duty before you could even explore secondaries. Yeah, you could move out. Yeah, you're 100% P&T. You can go live on Mars if you want to. You're not obligated to go into the VA. I just do, but I'm super paranoid. When you're 100% PNT, you have no future exams, no routine future examinations scheduled, and they won't be unless you file another claim. You don't have to go deal with the VA ever again. I just continue to stay engaged. Yeah, I think the caveat to that is I think they might do some foreign exams in the Philippines. Maybe I hear a lot of people talking about there's a big veteran population in the Philippines, and I just kind of see people popping in talking about CMP exams in the Philippines. Don't know what that's about or not. All right, Lisa again. 20 minutes ago. Um, yeah, Q claims are very specific. Like literally, I would Google it and I would understand what a clear and unmistakable error is. And the example is you need to get out of your own subjective head, right? And then so you have whatever you have, and you can walk up to a complete stranger and it's like, this rock is black and it's white. And it's like both of you could be like, of course it's not black, it's white or whatever. Like two people, it's got to be that obvious when you are going to embark on a Q claim. It's so obvious, any two people could agree on it. Like any two people, like you and the VA, but you have to look at it from you can't be subjective about it. You got to step away from it. How do you go about a GERD? Is that what your current rating is, or is that what you're shooting for? I wouldn't even file a claim if you're shooting for 0. It means you don't have symptoms. You basically just have a diagnosis. And if you take meds, they control it. You don't even have a problem. It's not even worth filing a claim for. Right on, Anthony. You're welcome. Yeah, it's kind of cool. I have the stuff that pops on the screen shows the subscribers, and then in the chat, I have that active as well too. So yeah, it's kind of funny being on live chat, and when new people pop on, they ask questions, they subscribe, and yeah, it's cool. Get in here, you'll learn something. No clue what, but you'll learn something. 3.5 hours. Yeah, no, it's yeah, whatever. You guys put them in timeout. That's fine. Uh, yeah, I've actually backed off on the avatar stuff, but yeah, Jason, that is a J. I hope you're not going to file a claim with the same amount of vigor that you've put into an avatar. Get a fucking avatar, put a picture of anything in there. Go find an Air Force logo or whatever the branch of the service is in. Next time, do not show up with a J. 0 effort. And Werewolf, you're doing about the same amount of effort. Go get yourself an avatar. Damn, I learned something every it's funny and I totally hear you. I learn something every time I'm in a video because I learn it from the chat. So, yeah, I mean, we're learning. It's trippy. Love you too, Sonny. Yeah, and that's it. It's not for everybody. That's what TV or YouTube's all about. If you don't like what you're seeing, beat it. Go find something you do like. Good. I'm glad I made you. I'm glad I actually have a moderator. Perfect. Thank you. Yep. Uh, the place is Idaho. Let me know the date. We'll do it up. Yep. That's literally what it's all about. I talk a lot of shit on the VA and Raiders and stuff like that, but I mean, he's a veteran and he fucked his own claim up, and it's not like he's like it's you could just tell by listening to what he says, how he says it, and stuff like that. It's cool. That's what makes this community. You don't know what a community is going to be until it's building. So I'm going to keep doing it, and I just can't wait to see what happens. I'm super stoked on this community now. It just there's knowledge is just dropping everywhere. Let's see. You muzzled him. Hi, Tina. Tom, now Lisa's got me going now. So a green avatar with a T is unacceptable. I would appreciate it if you upload an avatar so we have some color in here. Go find any picture on the internet and make it your avatar. And you guys, a lot of you guys lurk, and I get it. It's a daunting thing, but literally, there's no stupid questions, and this isn't a race. Other than it's a race to you doing this right and understanding enough about what you're doing so you file a winning claim. So lurk, and when you're done lurking and you want to ask a question, I guarantee you're going to get lots of good answers, especially on these live chats. I'm not particularly really good all the time on answering all the comments, but the live chats is the time to unlurk, if that's a word. Yep, you have a diagnosis, you have a CPAP, you don't have a nexus. You need a nexus and you need to connect your sleep apnea to something. And if you've been out for a while, I wouldn't even waste any time on trying to do a direct service connection and blame your current sleep apnea on being in the service 25 years ago. Like, I'm not 100% on anything. I'm 99.9% sure you're going to get denied. You're going to need to do a secondary, and you're going to need it needs to make sense. So find help. And even if it all makes sense, it's still a 50-50 claim. Just a heads up, sleep apnea claims are tough. Technically, no, Peter. You can only be rated at 100%. But the caveat is you can qualify for special monthly compensation, and you'll be paid your $3,100 a month plus, I think, up to $4 or $5 grand. So yes and no, if that's a answer. But 100% is it? Yeah. Special monthly compensation is different. So yeah, 100% is 100%. That's it. Right. Exactly. Thank you. And yeah, it's called special SMC is special monthly compensation. You're gonna give your John a drink, huh? My thought process is a lot. My thought process for you is education, education, education. It's not a race. If you have to spend the next 4 months slowly or whatever figuring it out, that's fine. If you go and rush this, you're going to rush into a process that with COVID is taking whatever 6-7 months. If you waited 2 or 3 months and did it right, if you just do it willy nilly, you're just going to get denied. But if you have no service connections, you need to get one thing service connected. I don't know. Do you have tinnitus? Maybe. That's a place to start. Did you get look in your medical records, your service treatment records? Do you have anything that's bothering you now that was caused in the service? That's probably where I would start. Yeah, I think I already answered this one, but you don't have your nexus is non-existent or weak. Oh, okay. So they have a regional office in Manila. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a lot bigger than I thought actually. Yep. Clark Air Base was gigantic. Oh, and Civic Bay, yeah. Yeah, no, it's huge. Actually, 0352 Double Dog is going to the Philippines, and he invited me to come with him. I might take him up on it. I don't know how Clyde's going to feel about that. So here's a good, right? So we're talking about, is it worth an extra it's $400 tax free, which is more like 800, $700. It's worth it. When I talk about special monthly compensation, I'm talking about, is it worth me opening up my 3,100 and possibly getting reduced back down to 60 where I was? I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm paranoid. And for me, it's not worth an extra 400 to get knocked back down to 1,200. That's what I mean when I say that. Um, but yeah, for you, it's worth it. Yeah, you don't get 31.46. You get 38.25. Absolutely. Just it's all a risk thing. You need to understand risk versus reward kind of thing, and go after it. Okay, let's get her uploaded. I'm going to be looking for your new avatar on the next live chat. What's up? Yeah, you're a little late, like you're 3 hours late, but cool, you're here. Surviving's alive. All good, Tom. Yeah. Yeah, I could say that again. There's this sausage party definitely needs a female touch. All females are working. And yeah, Vicky, it's awesome that you're learning a lot for your husband. Um, you guys, it's going to benefit both of you guys. Obviously, if he's getting diagnosed properly, getting the right kind of care, the right kind of conversation, that's just going to make your relationship stronger. But it's a lot to take in. Like if it takes the whole family to learn, then yeah, get everybody in there, and you just can't learn enough. You got to learn, what you got to learn. Yeah, no stupid questions, just stupid people. You don't ask. You got to ask the questions. You got to learn for sure. Yeah, if you're going to be doing research on Googling things and yeah, I know it's cool. It's the age of the phone. I'm old school. If you're going to sit here and research stuff and write it into a Word document or Google Docs, and then you're going to print things and review things, like you're not going to do that on a phone. It's a joke. Go get a computer. It's just, you're not going to research your entire claim and have things organized the way you need to organize them, and there's lots of medical terms. You're literally going to look at the rating criteria and have questions about like 10 out of the 30 words in the statement. Like you're not going to do it on a phone. Don't see it yet. I don't know if it'll update during the live stream. Yep. That's a connection, but strong nexus. You're going to need that intermediate step and aggravated by versus caused by. Nope, that's just the way it works. They get a percentage of your back pay. Nope, you won't get it back. It's not even your money right now anyway, because you're not making it, right? It's not in your pocket, it's in the government's pocket. So, not your money. You know, yeah, I get it about back pay. I would focus more on what you have in front of you now and moving forward, and get somewhere and get some momentum, and then you could start worrying about back pay and Q claims and all that kind of stuff. I agree. My insomnia is like, yeah, I'm just having fun at this point. I think we are going over 4 hours. 3 hours and 42 minutes. Now we got to go over 4. I don't see it, but I use a program called Ecamm Live, so I'm not actually seeing what's coming in on YouTube. But for right now, I've given you a bunch of shit, and I still see a J, but I know for sure next time I do this, you'll have an avatar. It's awesome. Thanks, Lisa. I haven't been a very good avatar Nazi. It's just nice to see avatars. It's better color. I like seeing what you guys come up with, what you like to rock. This is a good question for you to ponder, and I'll be right back. All right, let's see where we're at here. Um, determine the etiology of a question of a condition. So I actually don't even. I kind of know what etiology is, but I would have to Google it, and I would Google that, and then I would see how it applies to the disability and the rating you're going after. And it would take me a bit right now, so I'm not going to like do that live. Present and accounted for. Yeah, totally. And there's two sides to this, and I know I'm pessimistic, and just I am the way I am. But just kind of generally speaking, I harp on it so much because I want you guys to understand what you're about to do. And not seen, or I just am aware of too many people that got caught slipping and got reduced for that reason. They didn't know that they could be opened up, and it's like, great, I went from 100 down to 40. It's like shit, and then they're scrambling. Just you're stuck on the phone, huh? Oh, there we go. Lisa's helping with changing avatars. Perfect. We got a new subscriber. Yeah, so kind of going back to the predatory maneuvers and stuff by people. That's one of the I don't know, criteria or whatever, like credited. The lawyers are capped. Lawyers, fun fact, weren't even allowed anywhere in the process until I believe 2007. So you can get a lawyer anywhere in it before that, I think, generally speaking. So lawyers really haven't been at the party for all that long. That you can't hire a lawyer out of the gate. You got to come out of the gate. Um, the whole purpose of this is so you don't fall on your face and just get denied. You learn something
Thanks for the
so
super
you can do a little
chat.
better than that. But if you get denied, then you can hire a lawyer to help you with the appeals process. But yeah, there's a whole cottage industry that's whatever uh, cottage, right? You know, it's not like it's Microsoft, but there's a lot of there's a lot of consulting companies out there making a shit ton of money, and I'm not one of them. I don't even I wouldn't even want to be because think about it. You're fucking around with people's lives and livelihood and their claims and stuff like that. I have no problem giving you things to think about, telling you what I would do in your situation, but I want to be real clear, you know, I'm not saying do this or you're fired or whatever, you know. I'm just planting seeds. I am going to come up with something that some kind of membership thing where I have some of my trusted Marines. I have 100% of the people that back me. Like, really, I mean, a lot of people have my back, but like my team are all Marines. So, me and my Marines, if I can make that a thing, I'm working on coming up with something that's a little bit more for the intermediate to advanced person that needs a couple sets of eyes on stuff, but what we will not be looking at is your social security number. I don't even want to know your first or your last name. Definitely don't want your address. And I'm not looking at any medical documents, any VA forms, or any of that stuff. I will look at a personal statement, but it's got to be in a Word document. I just don't want to just it's just stupid to go like get caught up in violating obvious VA law violations. I'm not going to look into your e-benefits account. I'm not going to access your I'm not going to use your social security number to access your what you're getting paid. That just seems like stupid stuff to do. So I'm taking my time. I want to do something that's fair and equitable and legal, even though, whatever. It's not like I've committed plenty of crimes in my life. I've never been arrested. It's not like you know what I mean? I just want to do I just want to do something that's right. Mm, yep. We are going over 4. We're at 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Avatar check fail. Oh, we're good. And this is funny because the longest time I've streamed, I think, is under 2 hours. So once we went over that, now it's like let's just go to 4. Yeah, if we're gonna break the record, let's double it. If we're gonna do it, let's do it right. And the cool part is I'm just kind of hopping in and slowly going through the comments and doing what I'm doing. Clyde's like, dude, Dad, I need food. It's like, oops, 4 o'clock passed a long time ago. But the chat just kind of keeps going, which is awesome. And I'm totally aware of that. The chat has a completely different life of what I'm doing. So if you're watching the replay or listening to the replay, I really want to encourage you to go in and look at the chat as I'm talking because it's a completely different conversation. And whatever. I know that some of the things I say, or maybe a lot, there's nuggets, but there's a lot more in the chat. Yep, I got all those problems. But in all fairness, I'm also drinking alcohol a little bit. And that kind of, once you pop the cork on that thing, it's a problem for me anyway. No, but that was what I was talking about. There's some of these special monthly compensations are like big money, big problems, obviously. Ambulatory, right? Full time nurses and stuff. But yeah, there's some big money stuff. Yeah, and if you're updating your avatars, kids, it might take a little bit. I don't know, like because you're uploading something from your computer to Google servers, right? It's like the cloud or the website or wherever it is. But cool part is you're going to show up to the next chat and we'll be all squared away, and then I'll go. I'll go. Yep, I gotta put that on my notes. Avatar Nazi needs to stay on the game. Uh, right on, Ryan. It's cold as shit in here in Vegas. You got to be kidding me. It doesn't get cold there. It's not even snow. It doesn't even snow there. But yeah, it's probably in the 40s, which is warm. Oh, sorry, Laura. I missed the shout out. Thank you, Laura. And I think you're relatively new, like within the last like 3 weeks, I think is the first time I saw you. And you showed up rocking a rock solid avatar. That is an avatar. I mean, whatever, go get something and throw something up, but that is actually a kick ass avatar. I love it. And I remember because, I'm seeing a lot of people, whatever. I'm not like fancy or famous or anything, but it's like I'm monitoring things. I know I need moderators that I'm working on. But yeah, I just remember people by their names and their avatars because that's just what I see as I'm, doing my thing. Yep. And it's just you need to understand both parts of this deal. I am a pessimistic guy, and I'm especially pessimistic like this because I was paid $140 for so long, zero for the longest. That lasted 12 years. And then I got 10%. So that was like 120 or 30 bucks, whatever it was. That was a while. Then 2015, I got up to 60, which is 1,200 bucks. And now I'm at 31, whatever, 40 or whatever it is. So I just can't afford to go backwards. Like my mortgage would be impossible to pay. I mean, I got a truck. Like this is how I pay my bills and stuff. This YouTube channel, I'm trying to grow it and turn it into something, but I'm not going to be greedy and charge 6 times the monthly increase. I mean, it's $2.99 right now for my membership thing. It's just I'm trying to build this and turn this into something. But just I can't afford to go chase after broke dick special monthly compensation for 110 bucks and something slipping in my file that could get reduced. So I say invite them into your claim because that's what you're doing. If you're 100% PNT, go move to wherever you want in the world and they won't mess with you. I just don't trust that enough. Maybe like after I'm 100% PNT for 5 years, maybe I'll be a little more trusting, but that's just one of my disabilities. I don't trust anything and I don't believe what I see and I don't believe reality. And you know what I mean? You paid 33 grand for your lawyer, huh? That's a lot. Um, No, but I've been looking at I'm limited because I'm on a Mac. Not that Macs are limiting, PCs are shitty. But you know, most stuff is made for PCs. So I need to get a soundboard because I need to be able to take calls in like this software that I stream with. It's good and easy, but I need to do more advanced stuff, more cameras, and the ability to take calls. And I'm like working on it, but I think a call in thing would be good. I guess the only concern there is now I have somebody else on the air that could like jeopardize the channel and say something racist or something, which I'm not saying you would, but again, that's just me being paranoid because literally tonight was the first guy that was actually just adamant about, VA claims insider owns you and you're full of shit. But yes, I'm going to elevate this and Rodecaster Pro is in my. I guess that thing's. I'm gonna have to buy that thing and figure out how to use it. A call-in thing would be good because then you don't have to hear my voice the whole time. It'd be good to get like a couple people on, and you guys could talk. But you know what? I think I could do a call with you and not show your voice. I mean, not show video. I think I could do that like through Skype or something. That would be cool. But I do need to do like a call in line. It's something that I kind of thought about. And I know people because I know the chat's good. But it would be cool to get a couple people talking and, whatever. I just sit here or chime in or, whatever. Good idea. Love it. Like a talk show, right? I mean, it's, that's why this is different. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. There's an entertainment. I don't know how entertaining I am to you. I'm entertaining the shit out of myself. Clyde's not very entertained over there. He's passed out. But that's like the next step, kind of like a podcast and like a call in kind of thing. Because there's no wrong answers, like whatever. Just the more info you hear and different perspectives, the better. Tom, it's probably about 3 hours past your bedtime, man. Thanks, bro. I'll talk to you. All right, right on, Tim. You just hit 80% today. Now we need to get you a avatar. You too. You're good. You got the basics. I'm not too knowledgeable about them. I'm way behind the curve, but I am determined to learn more and more and more. I don't expect myself to turn into like some kind of BVA ass kicking lawyer, but I want to be able to answer a way wider variety of questions and actually give decent advice. And I'm nowhere near that right now. I don't think I have but whatever. I'm going to learn it live. Right on, Terry. And it's 4 hours of pure gold here pretty soon. You're welcome. Good night. I'm frightened by your W. Yeah, no, I know. It's just it's funny. I grew up in California. Like it snowed in Newport Beach once in like the 80s, and I know it's a high desert or whatever, and it has snowed in Vegas. But I live in Idaho. Like there's snow on the ground now. Like it's not like dumping on us yet, but it snowed a bunch a month ago. Like I live in Montana, Idaho. Like it snows here. Like I'm at 4,500 feet. Like I'm high. It snows, so it's just kind of funny now that I actually have been up in altitude for a couple of years, and people talk about the cold. Like I walk out, 40-degree weather is t-shirts, shorts, and flip flops for me. I mean, I'm not like out there like a tough guy or whatever. It's just cold is 0 degrees and under for me now. Right on, Pete. Yes, Laura. SMCL. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. I really, I haven't spent much time on the special monthly compensation stuff because I just really need to get a better grasp on getting to 100. But I need to just there's a lot of things to improve. It's a trade off. Do I learn about my camera or you know what I mean? Just I'm on it 7 days a week. I can guarantee that. I don't know. I'd be leery about the VA helping you do anything. Don't trust and verify. Wow. That, yeah. and you probably got paid less than that per week too. I remember one of my paychecks was like $80 in the, it was like 88 or 89, 88 probably. Yeah, they backed, right, exactly. They don't do the loans. Uh, the duty to assist could kick in, but they could use the verbiage of sleeplessness against you. They shouldn't. Um, they should call it insomnia, but then okay, maybe they'll call it insomnia, but now do you have a diagnosis of insomnia, like a diagnostic code? Um, your best shot of doing that is at the CNP exam, and then okay, great. Now I have, it's not sleeplessness, it's insomnia. I have a diagnosis of it. Where's your nexus? That's going to be your biggest problem. I mean, you got a couple problems, but your nexus, how is your current sleeplessness or insomnia related to your active duty service? So that's the nexus part. And then once you cross that hurdle, then it's the severity of the symptoms. It's going to be a mental health rating. So, is it a 0, 10, 30, 50, 70, or 100? So that, yeah, you got a couple of things to worry about. That's one way to go, but I could do it over multiple phones. I need a mixing board, and they make them more for PCs, but I'm on it. I want to do it. I've been wanting to do it. I wanted to get the camera first and the mic, and yeah, I'm on it. I'm all over YouTube videos looking at my options, and it's another thing. I could get a mixer like those old school with like patch cords and shit coming out. I don't want something that's going to be sitting in front of me pissing me off. If it's the difference between something that'll do the job and there's knobs and complicated for 100, or something that's actually good with buttons and colors like this thing, right? My Stream Deck, I got all my avatars updated on this thing. Oops. So I got thumbs up. I got a little paw on there for the Clyde cam. So it's got to be easy to see, and I got to know what it is, or I'm going to be ineffective, even more ineffective than I am now. It's live, and it's been live for over 4 hours and 5 minutes. And yeah, Skype with most people. Yeah. I mean, I'll figure it out, but I need to have whatever I use, whether it's Skype or Google Voice or an actual phone call. I need to be able to control the signal coming in and then cut it. And I need to be able to push a button. And I need to be able to control the volume. So when you guys are like, hey, I can't hear what that guy's saying or that girl's saying, I need to have access to that audio, whether I got to cut it or equalize it or condense it, or I need to have control over it, and that's a mixer. Yep, we're gonna get you on here. Yep, no problem. My email is combatcraig@protonmail.com. If you want to email me, that's probably the best way, unless you want to give me your email, which you probably don't want to do live. Love to talk with you and figure out how to do this. And whatever you're comfortable with, I'm down to do it. Your value is just immense. I just appreciate you so much, and so does everybody else in here. All right. Getting ready to wrap it up. I'm scrolling down through the last couple of comments here. Yeah. Northwestern Wisconsin. You know what snow and cold is. Oh, okay. L is 8 in attendance. Yep. If you got a tinnitus claim denied, it's subjective in nature. So I'm going to assume you have current symptoms. Where did it start? And then like, what was your MOS? That is a factor. It's not the deciding factor, but it's part of it. So where did it start? Can you point to it? Can you point to a date or a time period? And is it believable? And then have you tried to file a claim before, and have you changed your story? So I have ringing in my ears. I haven't been able, sometimes it's ringing, sometimes I don't know what it is. I just live with it. That works. That's believable. It started in 1989 when I was on the flight line in Panama, and then it just continued when I was sitting behind F-15s and F-16s in Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. That's believable. But you're basically essentially writing your own nexus, and you got to do it a certain way, and you got to be consistent and believable about it. I think that's the way tinnitus claims get denied the most. Is you just didn't really know the mechanics of a claim. Thanks. That's what I'm going for. That this it's got to look better and sound better. And Collins. All right. Yep. 4 hours. That was it. Oh, 30-second delay. Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah. So if something happens, then I don't put the channel. Good point. I have the delay. Yeah. And I could turn that on. I've seen that. I just let it rip live. But yeah, that's something people do. Trolls will come in and say something, and then they'll say some shit that'll get the whole channel kicked off. Yep, keep it going. Next level. Always got to go forward, better, more, all that kind of stuff. All right, you guys. 4 hours. Holy cow. That is a monster. 4 hours and 9 minutes, but we're going to call it 4 hours. I am done. My voice has worked. Thanks for joining me. This was a marathon. This was awesome. Stay tuned. Coming soon is some new faces instead of me to the live stream and the mixer. All right, you guys. I'm out, and that's it. Just like that, it's done. I'll see you soon. Night, night.